Wait. I just realized something. Oh my god, dude. I just realized something. Guys, are we here? I just realized something. Dude, Brother. I'm confused. Hold up a second. My thing said I was live. Was I not live? Or was I live? I'm confused. I am confused as my OBS said that I wasn't. It had the recording. We're live, right? I'm so confused right now. What the fuck? Wait, does that mean that for the last 10 minutes that I wasn't live? So there's a new option. Oh my fucking god. I am so stupid. I was just talking I was talking for 18 minutes straight. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Okay. There's a new thing. There's a thing on my OBS where I can select my live stream, and I pressed live, but there's 2 live buttons. So when I'm live, I'm not actually live on YouTube. There's 2 live functions on my Oh my god, I've been sitting here talking for 18 minutes, and I was thinking to myself, man, chat's really not active. Like, I'm responding to people in chat, and they're not responding to me. I'm a fucking retard. Well, okay, well, this is... Okay, what a great way to start the stream. All right, I apologize for being 18 minutes late. I actually was not late, okay? I was here. I swear to God, I was live streaming for 18 minutes. I just didn't hit the second stream button, which is to go live on YouTube. YouTube was displaying on my screen here that I was live, but I wasn't officially live. It was like, it's a preview live. I was fucking in the preview window. I am so stupid. I am so sorry, guys, for the last 18 minutes. Oh my god, I cannot believe that. Anyways, how is everybody doing? I am so sorry. I was wondering why my chat wasn't working either. I was like, my chat's not working. My alerts aren't working. Nobody's replying to... Dude, it took me 18 minutes before I realized that. Dude, I'm a little embarrassed, but also welcome to live streaming, okay? Where there's no format, I just go off the cuff, okay? And I live stream to people, and I have fun, and it's a whole vibe. If you guys should grab a cup of tea, grab a coffee, grab a beer, grab something. We thought Onision got you. I am so sorry. Welcome, people. Welcome, Ellie, the Brooks Looks, Soapbox, DP Rope, Snowblind, Seam Stress. Welcome, everybody. So now I have to restart, literally. Okay, so it's actually, actually kind of good that happened, because the first 10 minutes of the stream, OBS wasn't capturing the PDF file that I had selected here, so maybe it's all good. It's not too bad. Let this be what episode am I on my stream? We are on episode 23. Make this remember this, guys. I want you guys to make fun of me for this for the rest of eternity. On episode 23, I streamed for 20 minutes thinking that I was live, and I actually wasn't live. You can call me an absolute fucking moron from that. I've never claimed to be a professional streamer, okay? I've never made that claim, so you're experiencing it live, right? This is the fun of live streams. You fuck up a lot, and you say stupid shit. Anyways, so now that this works, how's everybody's Friday? Welcome to the stream. Normally they don't start 20 minutes late. I apologize. We are here, okay? We are here. Now, this was filed, as you can see at the very top, 2/4/2026. Okay? So this is less than 2 weeks old. This is a very fresh, off the press. United States District Court, Western District of Washington at Tacoma. Now, I've redacted this name simply because this is Regina. I blurred her full last name as shown here, and I didn't want to show it just because I don't think that she wants that on here. So I redacted that. I don't think there's any more names in here. If there is, if there is a name that I need to redact, I'll just do it after the stream's done on the blur tool. But this is very, very new, okay? So, isn't it crazy to me that we have somebody who has James Jackson, also known as Onision, Lucas Jackson, formerly known as Lanybot, Laney, and Kai, and this. So, how many of you guys know what this is? I don't actually know how you say this. I think this is pronounced Nesmatu. Nesmata. I don't know. But this is actually Onision's shell company, or LLC, okay? I never really talked about this a lot in depth, but this is where a lot of the money would go to that he would make through YouTube and things like that. And in the complaint of the filings against him in the lawsuit, they're also going after his shell company or his LLC, which is just amazing to me that the lawyers dealing with this case are aware of this and this is being brought to light. You know, it is rumored that a lot of his money that he made when he was making big bucks on YouTube was going to this company, and he put a lot of his IRS tax stuff that he was supposed to be paying taxes into this account. Because a lot of people, even to this very day, are like, how is he making money? He just spent $40,000 on legal fees. So last night, I uploaded a video talking about Onision and going over some new stuff. None of what I'm showing in this video, in this live stream here, is in my last video, but you should go check out my last video because there is new stuff that I'm not covering in this one. So I have a video from yesterday, and this is the live stream going through the documents. Might I remind you, he has to pay the IRS $500,000 because he deducted things from his marriage and things that you can't deduct. I'm dead ass. He deducted his wedding ring for the IRS. And a lot of when he was making big bucks, this is where a lot of that money went. So anyways, so Honorable Judge H. Chun, I think this is the guy, the judge who is actually, he was mentioned in my last video last night that I uploaded. This is the judge who is, I think, dealing with the whole case, I believe. I don't know if it's going to be transferred to a different guy because Washington courts are weird. Sometimes, like, they cycle through judges. Some judges are different and they deal with things. I hope that they just keep the same judge, because I feel like if you're swapping judges out with something as serious as this, including sex trafficking, it could be really confusing. Deathbringer, hello. Drywall, hello. I see names I haven't seen here. The Vanilla Show, welcome. Mix Axe 1994, welcome. Fancy Mothman, welcome. Cricket XO, welcome. Jen XO, I'm looking at you guys. Hook Airs, welcome. Tell me a happy ending story, welcome. A lot of new people in chat. Welcome to my live streams, guys. If you like the stream, give it a like, give it a heart, become a member of the channel. Anyways, so we're going to go into the amended complaint here, but paragraph 1 denied. So in the amended complaint, they're making claims and allegations of, they're making statements basically saying so-and-so did this, so-and-so did that, so-and-so did this. And in this, he is denying a bunch of this, okay? Practically everything he's denying. But there's a few things in this I want to cover because it's like, oh, okay. Well, that confirms what we already knew, but now you're on record in court admitting it. Welcome, Egomaniacs. X-Kurt Cocaine. Ooh, what a cool name. What's your favorite type of snow? Welcome, Delane. Welcome, Don't Worry, You Are Gay. Why would I worry? I'm bi. Anyways, so first two, deny, deny, deny. Denied, denied. Paragraph 3. Defendants admit that James and Lucas are married. Defendants deny any remainder of the allegations in paragraph 3. Now, don't worry, we're going to go through the amended complaint here. So, everything that he's doing to deny, we're going to go into it, okay? because there's another document that I haven't covered, which we're going to cover after this one. Paragraph 4, denied. Paragraph 8, defendants lack knowledge or information sufficient to form a belief to the claims in paragraph 8. Second paragraph 8, defendants admit that YouTube is a video sharing site. Defendants admit that YouTube is a popular site. Defendants admit that some people have become celebrities on YouTube. Defendants deny that Onision rose to popularity quickly. Defendants admit that James was known by some commentary. Defendants admit that he had some negative opinions of him. Defendants deny any wrongdoing. Now, this particular thing actually annoys the hell out of me. This phrase here, defendants admit some had negative opinions of any wrongdoing. First of all, I don't have an opinion on you, Onision. My stance, my belief towards you is substantiated by evidence. And as you like to say, facts. F-A-C-T-S or F-A-X. Fax machines. What I've talked about specifically, what drives me crazy about this is he puts everything in negative opinions. I don't have a negative opinion, bro. Everything I've ever done over the last 12, 13, 14, how long have we been doing this? I don't know. Every fucking thing I've ever said and ever done has been based on his own content and your own words. If I make a video and I upload a video and I say something outrageous as an example of, oh, if you drink alcohol, you deserve to be harmed. That's an extreme statement, is it not? Naturally, if I said that and posted it on YouTube, people are going to take that and they're going to be upset. They're going to make video responses saying that Daniel thinks so-and-so, if you're drunk, you can be harmed and it's deserved, right? Funny enough, because that's what Onision thinks. But that's me not having a negative opinion. Or that's not you having a negative opinion. That is literally you responding to something that I said. When you say something factual, like I think people should be harmed if they are drunk, yeah. That's a pretty extreme thing to say. And it's not an opinion when people respond with your own fucking words. Like, it's so stupid, it's so dumb to just water everything down to negative opinions. My videos are not based on opinion. They're based on you. Your words, your action, your choices. Defendants deny any wrongdoing. I mean, did you really think Onision's going to admit to wrongdoing? Thank you, Megan. Defendants admits that Onision had over 2 million subscribers. Defendants admit to commenting on, so this is I want you to look at this one really carefully. This is another significant part of this document. Defendants James admits to commenting on fan submitted images such as, quote, I am fat, topic started by fans on his public moderated YouTube TOS complaint form. Now, when we go into the main complaint that this is responding to, okay, this is fascinating to me because he's only acknowledging one video, which is, am I fat? However, in total, I believe there's 13 different videos, all very similar to this of, am I fat? Am I pretty or ugly? Rate my body abnormalities, abnormal, I can't even say the word. Rate my body imperfections. There's a list, and it's actually, the list is in the complaint of all these videos. Now, he only acknowledges it's one video where fans submitted images, but it's way more than that. And like, at the end of the day, I don't really care if people submit pictures on the internet to somebody, but when you're specifically pandering and you're making it, and you're aware that your audience is minors, and you have people admitting that they're minors, and they're submitting photos of themselves, like flexing in the mirror or in their underwear. What do you come away with that? That's fucked. It's weird. That's not normal. I've yet to see anyone defend that aspect of Onision. That is just a weird thing to do, is to rate people's bodies like that and make YouTube videos about it. It's fucking bizarre. Anyways, the point is, it's more than one video, am I fat? But he does acknowledge that fans submitted these images, which is significant. Denied. Defendant admits that I'm a Banana was a popular video. Welcome, Dros. Man, some of your guys' names are hard to pronounce. Drosmakama. I just finished watching the video where your announcement was made. I should have joined earlier. You're perfectly fine. But hey, if you don't catch this live stream, or you're at work, or you're doing something, every video I do goes directly to my live tab. Here's the thing about YouTube. My upload tab is different than my shorts tab. My shorts tab is different from the podcast tab, and the podcast tab is different from the live stream tab. Welcome to YouTube for being a schizo fucking stupid bitch and making things way more complicated than they need to be. It would be nice if everything was in one tab, but this video will probably not appear in your sub box. So if you want to watch this video on demand after it's done, I don't put it behind a paywall. I will never put it behind a paywall. All you got to do is just go to the live tab on my channel and you can access this stream after it's done. Defendants admit that some of Onision videos were popular. Defendants admit that YouTube was one of the many platforms Onision was popular on. Look at all these ones. Paragraph 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. All defendants admit... Wait... 29. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to admit or deny, therefore deny the same. Hello, Leaksuk 524. Hello, Salt Lamp Licker. You like licking lamps? Oh, interesting. I didn't know that was a hobby. Defendants admit that violating YouTube's policy can result in punishment. Well, okay, that's I mean, you're admitting that if you violate YouTube's policy, that can result in punishment. Well, Greg, Onision, you got punishment. Okay? You got punishment, all right. Defendants deny in any part as James did not run the YouTube channels Lanybot or Cool Guy Kai during any relevant time. Now this, I don't believe this. I absolutely do not believe this. Back when Lanybot, Cool Guy Kai, Lucas, his husband, made content, there was replies and comments on that YouTube channel. Comments would often be disabled, or if there was a reply, it would the way that the comment reply response was very, very, it spoke like Onision. Now, obviously, I can't prove that. But I absolutely believe that Greg did have access and did at some point, like intermittently. I'm not saying he was sitting on her account all the time, but he definitely had access to her YouTube channel. You're not going to convince me otherwise of that, just based upon past comments on that channel and how it speaks. Because look, Onision has a really certain way that he talks. He just does. Like, whether it be live streams, even in court, he has a way that he talks, and it's very easy. If you saw my video yesterday that I uploaded, somebody left a note in his mailbox that said, nice try, Onion Boy, KYS yourself, you're still a PDF file, F-slur. And that's in my video. So if you haven't seen my video last night, it's uploaded. Go check that out. This live stream is completely different. I'm not covering the same stuff that I did in my uploaded video yesterday. So, paragraph 32, denied. Many were not monetized under the YouTube Partner Program. Denied. Defendants admit that James and Lucas begin. So, this is another significant fact. Defendants admit that James and Lucas began dating when Lucas was 17 and James was 26. Defendants admit that they were married November of 2024. Defendants admit that Lainey was in Onision videos and became more famous from being in Onision videos. Deny. Defendants admit the existence of a campaign to defame and harm the defendants. So yes, everybody who's ever made a video on Onision, they're all put into the same little... Our campaign is to defame and harm the defendants. No, my desire was never to harm you or defame you. It's just to respond to things that you would say and do. That's it. That's all I've ever done. That's all practically I've ever done on this channel. And it's not even just Onision. I've done it with other people. Did it with Creepshow Art. I did it with James Soroka. I've done it with Amber Lynn. I've done it with Foodie Beauty. I've done it with a lot of people. Defendants do not have information or knowledge to comment on how plaintiffs perceive other people. Defendants admit that Lucas spoke to Regina online. 51 denied. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to admit or deny and therefore deny. Deny same. Deny, 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 deny. Defendants admit that Sarah visited many times and returned to her home in Michigan many times. 57 admitted that James compared Sarah... admitted that James compared Sarah to an overweight comedian with a thick black glasses. Denied as to a remain... Like, what? What? I'm curious the context of that. Imagine calling, like, the girl underage into your house, comparing her to an overweight black comedian with a... that's such a specific thing. Denied. Denied. Denied for lack of knowledge. Denied. Denied for lack of knowledge. Deny, 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 deny. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to admit or deny, therefore deny same. Denied. Admitted that James is a resident of Washington State and has used the username Onision, remaining denied. Defendants admit that Lucas was formerly named Kai. Dude, I'm getting I'm so sick of people who change their names 15 fucking times. Can we all agree that when, like, one time, okay, 2 time, I'm batting, but 3 times, I'm like, okay, you know what? You're fucking crazy. Literally. Like, you're fucking crazy. When you're starting to change your name so frequently like that, I can't keep track. I will go out of my way. If you have pronouns or you want a certain name to be called, I will respect that. But once you start getting past the second mark, I'm sorry, I'm shrugging and I'm like, okay, you're fucking certified, stay away from me. Like, for real, dude. I think it's crazy when people change their name 3, 4 fucking times. It's not normal. And at that point, it just seems like you're trying to run away from the law or you're trying to get away from something, right? Am I keeping up with the Amber Lynn and Keemstar Lawcow universe? Scion, kind of. I actually watched some stuff this morning of Amber Lynn, and she was crying about the N-word, which was hilarious. She was trying to attack Tina. Amber Lynn was trying to attack Tina on Lawcow universe for saying the N-word with an A, despite the fact that she has a kid who's black and she was married to a black man. And she's like, you shouldn't say the N-word, you racist old woman. Just because I said it 10 years ago, you're racist, while they're married to a black person. It's like, okay, whatever. But yes, to answer your question, slightly, I've been keeping up with the Amber Lynn stuff. It's pretty fascinating. She's a wreck, dude. A goddamn wreck. What's most interesting about Amber Lynn is that we're seeing sides of her and interact with people. It's so funny to me because I get to see Amber Lynn react to detractors, and it's hilarious. I just love seeing that dynamic. I love seeing people who hate detractors have to interact with detractors. It's fascinating to me. That show's scripted as fuck. I mean, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It can be still entertaining as hell. It has its moments. Lawcow has its... I don't really keep up to date with Lawcow universe now, though outside of Lawcow nerds, because there's too many Lawcow... Keemstar has made the Lawcow thing way too big. There's too many channels, too many live streams. I just don't care about most of it. It's fun to watch, though. It has its moments. I missed, like, the first 8 months of Lawcow universe. I think it was way funnier. Defendants admit that Google is a company. Defendants admit that YouTube's principles a place of business in California. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to admit or deny, therefore deny. Same. Denied, denied, denied. Defendants admit that this case was once in the wrong jurisdiction. It was. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge. Yeah, look at all these. Deny, 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 deny. We got so many. It's all the same. Defendants confirm that Google makes money through ads. Defendants admit that YouTube pays some people as part of revenue service. Deny, deny, admit, deny. Therefore the same. Therefore the same. Look at all these things. You're too old. What the hell is a lawcow? I mean, lawcows are basically people... What's the best way to describe a lawcow? I mean, I've been labeled a lawcow, but I don't think that I qualify as a lawcow because my Kiwi Farms thread is only like 10 pages, whereas all these lawcows have, they're on like Kiwi Farms and lawcow have like thousands of pages. Like there's people with over 2,000 pages of like, they document everything they do. Like DSP is somebody who people consider him a lol cow. People consider Amber Lynn a lol cow. People consider Boogie a lol cow. The best way I can describe it is like you've done a lot of things that have put you in the spotlight for bad publicity, and you constantly make things worse for yourself. That's the way I describe it. Like, it's somebody who constantly makes things worse than themselves and have to respond to people all the time. And that's I don't know the proper terminology, but Chris Chan's a lol cow. Ethan Ralph is a lol cow, right? Chris Chan would be the original lol cow. If you're actually like, if you are a dedicated lol cow, it's not really a good thing from an internet perspective, but also you can make quite a bit of money if you market it properly. I've had people call me a lol cow, but I don't think I am. There's literally nothing to categorize me into that universe other than maybe some past shit that I've done or made on this channel, just because I'm not relevant, 1. 2, I'm not important. 3, I don't... Everything that's been out there on the internet is out there on the internet on me. Like, I'm not doing things constantly to get me to go viral for bad reasons, you know? Does that make sense? Cyrax is a stupid lol cow. Ash Terevino is a lol cow. You know, there's a lot of lol cows on the internet. The majority of people that I've covered on this channel would be considered lol cows. Dead ass. So, hey, Try Chun Can, thank you. Been watching since 2018. Glad to catch a live. Thank you so much for that $2 super chat. I appreciate that. All right. Sorry, I have pretty bad ADHD, so like if I respond to something on chat, I will get back to the document at hand, okay? You're not cringe enough to be a lol cow, you're just a guy. I mean, to be fair, in my past, I've been very, very cringe. I have, absolutely. So I don't, like, when I saw that I have a Kiwi Farms originally years ago, Kiwi Farms thread, I was really like, why? I don't categorize as this, but the fact that my thread is dead all the time and nobody ever posts in there is like significance to me, because I don't do enough on the internet to be deemed worthy as a lol cow. Like, I really don't. And everything that's out there has already been out there on the internet for years about me. So like, there's nothing new. Because I don't do crazy shit and bad shit to people. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to deny and therefore deny the same. Defendants admit that YouTube generates their own thumbnails automatically. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to admit or deny and therefore deny the same. Look at it. We got more. Is my Cash App still active? I believe so. Should be. Yeah, my Cash App's still active. Oh, yeah. My Cash App is DD Soulsbach. $, double D, and then just my last name. Years. Thank you for your coverage over the years. Thank you, Sion, for the $2. Appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. We do have a membership goal of 2 members up at the very top there. If anyone wants to become a member, by all means, you get special perks in my Discord if you do. All right, paragraph. Look at all these. Look at all these. They're all the same. Defendants admit that YouTube can punish... let's see. More defendants lacks. This is defendants lack sufficient knowledge. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge. Who the fuck is the other guy on your thumbnail? That would be Ethan Ralph, also known as the Ralph Retort. We'll get into. I'll talk to him at the very. I'll talk about him at the very end, because I want to show a tweet that I posted out, just to rustle some jimmies, because like deep down internally I do have a bit of a troll side of me. Welcome to the Rep Squad. Thank you so much for that tier 1 sub. Welcome. Appreciate it. Defendants lack sufficient. Deny. Defendants lack. Sorry. Deny. Defendants deny. Their lack of sufficient knowledge should be illegal because it's intentionally misleading. Absolutely, party foul. I mean, look, we're at page 9 out of 60, guys, and then we're not even done with the main. After this, we got a whole nother document to go after this, because this is not, from what I've seen, this isn't what I'm covering right now is not even on YouTube yet. So consider this your first time. If any YouTubers want to cover this and go through this stuff, have them either reach out to me or just I'll give them the file, whatever. I haven't seen anybody cover this document yet, so that's why we're here today. And I'm like, I didn't want to make a dedicated video to do it. I like doing live streams a lot. Live streams is like, for those of you who are new here, to everybody, I live stream every Thursday and Friday. Those are my days off, and I live stream. YouTube doesn't push out my live streams barely ever at all. But if you check my channel on Thursdays and Fridays, every week, Pacific Standard Time, I live stream just like this. Last week, all we did was just I played games for like almost 9 hours straight. We played Little Nightmares all the way through. It's very, very chill. Just relax, talk with me, watch me play video games. It's really, and then sometimes it's commentary stuff like this. It's different every single week. It just depends on how I feel. Admitted Sky, which is his original. Defendants admit that Onision published many video sites other than YouTube, and many videos were made with Sky. For those of you who don't remember Sky was his wife originally. Which reminds me, when I go to California, if I ever do, she and her husband invited me out for dinner. Which I'll absolutely take her up on that if I ever go into the shit-stained state of California ever again. I hate that state, but I will take her up on the opportunity to do that. Can you imagine just taking like all of us together at dinner, taking a photo, posting it on Twitter, me with Onision's ex-wife? That would be funny, man. Just for the meme of it. Sky's really nice though. Really, really sweet woman. 159. Admitted Sky participated in videos. That one video was featured on multiple shows. Denied remaining. Denied. Defendants admit that James made videos about people on YouTube. Defendant admits that being a certain level of popularity enhances your chances of sharing ad revenue. This is the first time I've ever seen one of your live streams. Came up on YouTube and have been subscribed for years. Well, I'm shocked that YouTube even popped my live stream up, Scion. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the $2 donation. I really do. I try to be very vocal and interactive with my chat. I know some people just stream and don't talk, but like, I like to interact with you guys because I don't do it enough. And I don't really, after I upload a video, I check the comments like the first hour, and then I never click on that video again. So I don't interact with a lot of people. So live streaming is a really good way to do that. And plus, I work 50 hours a week with the public. So like sitting and live streaming Thursdays and Fridays is just really relaxing for me. More defendants lack. Defendants admit that defendants can admit that many people have false flagged Onision videos. I don't know if that would be a false flagged. Many people have. Instead of saying defendants can admit many people have false flagged, instead of may have false flagged. Defendants can confirm that. Oh, here we go. Defendants can confirm that VidCon was harassed about James' pro-vegetarian videos. So defense confirmed VidCon was her. Oh no, VidCon was harassed. No. What a false. VidCon harassed about James Pro. That's why he was harassed. I thought he was harassed at VidCon, and he was supposed to be at VidCon, and VidCon basically said, fuck you, you're not coming, because a bunch of parents emailed VidCon saying that they're not comfortable having their kids be around Onision. That is something that happened. I'm dead ass. I don't know if it really has to do with pro-vegetarian videos. I think that's really stupid. Why would it be about that? Because that's not what I saw and heard about on why. I remember a YouTube video many years ago. This was like 10 years ago of like a parent uploaded a video like, I don't want my kid going to VidCon because Onision is going to be there and I don't want him to be around my kid. That was the thing that happened. I don't know if that video is still on YouTube or not. I don't know. That's not how I remember it. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. But it says defendants can confirm that VidCon was harassed about pro-vegetarian videos. This is my vegan, but this is my vegetarian body. Isn't that what it is? Something like that. To Onision's credit, he did make a couple memeable things. Like that is like the human fax machine meme was hilarious. The this is my vegetarian body was fucking hilarious. And the banana thing was kind of funny until he like overplayed it and was like, this is my identity. I am the banana guy. Like, okay, I don't know if you really wanted to be known as the banana guy, because people do stick bananas up their asses. So, you know, to each their own. That was an amazing atheist reference. Sorry. 180. Defendants admit that Lucas did once have the name Lanybot as a user. Lucas was 17 and James when they started become dating. Defendants admit that Lucas did reach out to James claiming to be their soulmate. Oh. Over a decade later, they have a family of their own and are still successfully married. See, this is the problem. Defendants admit that Lucas, that's Kai, husband, did reach out to James. James is Gregory, because they always change their name, claiming to be his soulmate. And over a decade later, they have a family of their own and is still successfully married. I'm going to tell you right now, if a bitch or man, okay, messages me, and they send me a message that says, you're my soulmate, I will never respond to that. Or if I do, I'm going to tell them to fuck off. Okay? Let's just establish here that if you have a large following of people and on social media, and you have men or women hitting you up saying that you are my soulmate, I want you to learn from not only a Gregory, but also me. Because I've been in a relationship with somebody who said something very similar, but I was also naive. I didn't understand. It's my second relationship ever in my life, and I didn't know any better, right? Literally naive. I was super naive and ignorant and stupid. I didn't have any dating experience. But from me and Onision's, if somebody says, you're my soulmate, I want you to, look, fuck what I'm saying. Go watch Kathy Bates' Misery, okay? Are you guys a Stephen King's fan? Do you guys read the books, Stephen King books? Read the book or watch the goddamn movie from the 80s. Misery with Kathy Bates, okay? That's somebody who says, I'm your biggest fan. You're my soulmate. Who got out of the cock-a-doodle car? Okay? A wonderful movie. However, it is a red flag. Man, woman, don't matter who you are. Don't fall for the soulmate shit. That is a form of men or women love bombing a person. And then, depending on the person, they can take advantage of that. Literally. Or that person love bombing you can take advantage of you because you're like, you've never experienced somebody love bombing you. So you're way more susceptible to going, like, to talking to them because you've never been love bombed. Right? I don't know. It's just anything is. I don't believe in soulmates. I really don't. I think soulmate is like a love bombing terminology, and I think people are very compatible. Is what I like to say. We're very compatible. But when it comes to soulmate stuff, I just find that's that's an uncomfortable term for me. And even in my own life, I don't use that term. I would never use that term. Ugh. Gross. Defendants admit that their marriage over the last decade was over a decade, and the family began when. Wait. Defendants admit their marriage was over a decade, and family began when James was 20. Does that mean that she was pregnant at 17? Am I reading that wrong? Defendants admit that their marriage of over a decade and family began when James was 26 and she was 17. If the family began when she was that means she got pregnant at 17. Maybe I'm misreading that, but that's okay. That getting like I don't really care about age gaps that often at all, but getting somebody pregnant under the age of 18, that is I mean, this is Onision. This document we're going over is by Onision, so I don't. Maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but that's the family began 26 and 17. Like, I don't give a fuck about the age gaps too much, but there's a point where if you're impregnating somebody who's underage, that's when it becomes an issue for me. Big issue. Defendants admit that James and Lucas have been married since 2012. Denied. It's admitted that Lucas gained popularity from popular YouTube videos. The title following implies predatory behavior, which defendants deny. So this, okay, I want you to remember this in my stream here today. The following title implies predatory behavior, which defendants deny. I want you to remember this phrase, this part of my live stream, because there's going to be a point in this stream where I'm going to show you something that I don't believe I've ever shown on YouTube before, of a conversation that I only saw this morning, that Lucas Kai sent to a 14-year-old. And what she said, he said, whoever, it is absolutely 100% predatory when we get to that statement, okay? So just remember this. They're denying that they've never exhibited any sort of predatory behavior. Remember this point in the stream. So it's going to come back to that, all right? I saw something this morning that I had never seen before as I've been going through all these documents. Deny. Defendants admit that the site had moderators to keep the content clean and ethical. They did have moderators, but it was not ethical and clean because those forums, and there was multiple people outside of me who documented those forums, and there was people submitting photos of themselves underage who were like, hey guys, I'm 14 years old. Here's a photo of me in my bedroom. It's out there on YouTube. I covered it. Other people covered it. It's there. Defendants lack or acknowledge information to form a relief as to whether some moderators assigned to keep the form appropriate and ethical lied about their age. Interesting. So now he's claiming that some moderators that they made moderators, they lied about their age. That I don't believe for a second. I mean, maybe they did, or maybe they didn't. I don't know. But I know for a fact that there was mods that were underage on his forums because I remember reading the threads, and there are backup threads of these forums out there. There's whole archives of them. They're still out there. They're gone now, but they're in the archive stuff. I don't have this shit on hand because I just don't keep up to date with stuff like this and keep like a folder of Onision. I don't have that, despite what some people may think. Deny. Defendants admit that Onision made videos based on forum posts, which required following YouTube's strict policies. Look, back in the day, YouTube didn't really enforce their strict policies, period. Like, I would actually say in the modern day, in the last few years, YouTube has gotten a lot more strict on what they like. Look at Eugenia Cooney, for example. Her channel is completely demonetized. Amber Lynn, no longer able to make money. Chantal, I think Foodie Beauty is now on streaming on Kick because of they're promoting eating disorders is what they're doing, right? And YouTube is a lot more strict now. A lot more strict than it used to be. Back in the day, Onision used to do a lot of things that were against YouTube's policy, but the videos would never be removed for anything. Like, legit, it was hard. Back in the day, it was hard to get a video removed outside of a copyright strike. Like, actually getting like a community guideline strike for doing something against their policies was nearly impossible back in the day. So I don't agree that they had strict policies. And even if they did have strict policies, YouTube didn't enforce that shit. Amber Lynn is on Lolcow Bus right now. I mean, good for her. Go fucking eat a pizza, Amber. Dude, I saw a photo of Amber Lynn on Twitter, and I don't know. how it's physically possible to be the shape that she is. Look, I like a thick bitch, but not like that. Like, it is the most... I don't know how people actually form... I mean, I do know how they eat, but, like, it's not normal. I've never seen somebody with body proportions like Amberlynn. It doesn't make any sense. Like, her ass... With, like, she was walking away, right? And her butt is, like, up... It's like this. It's like... I've never seen a butt or fat, or I don't know what it is, in that angle. It's almost like, is she wearing butt pads? I don't know. It's crazy. Like, how does the physics work? I don't understand that. How is that physically possible? I don't know. Regina has a 3-year age gap with Lucas. Regina has a history of speaking with Lucas online. Lucas is Kai. Remember, you guys, I gotta... People get confused with all these names. Lucas is Kai. I want to make that clear. Lucas is Kai. They changed their name for the 3rd time. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to admit or deny remaining and therefore deny same. She chokes on potatoes. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. That's an insult to potatoes, though. Padded spandex. Oh, God. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to admit or deny. Blah, blah, deny. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to deny or admit or deny. Plaintiff now claims Regina was sexually attracted to Lucas. Defendants cannot speak for Regina, claim on her own feelings. Now, this is another point. I want you to remember this. Plaintiffs now claim that Regina was sexually attracted to Lucas. Defendants cannot speak for Regina's claim of her own feelings. We're going to go look at a text message later on about this. Because, again, I saw a text message that I've never seen before. Defendants can admit that Lucas claimed to be bisexual in 2015. All right, there we go. That's confirmed. I didn't know that. You should take a look at the men named Chance Wilkins, also known as Cyrax. I need to. I just haven't yet. I don't even know where to start with Cyrax because there's so much crazy shit on that guy. If you could give me a place to start, I would happily take a look at it. If you join my Discord, link down below in the description, I have a YouTube topic requests. You can post stuff there for me to look into, to where to start looking into stuff. Defendants can admit that Onision publicly stated he is not threatened by the idea of his significant other dating a woman. Okay, that's good. Defendants deny any suggestion of any interest in anyone who is not an adult woman for Lainey. I'm late. Who's Regina? Regina is the second girl that they tried to get to move in with them. And when things didn't work out because Regina was stopped by her mother from going to live with them and spend time with them at the Onision house. So thank God for Regina's mom for doing that. That's a good mom right there. But also they transferred. They had conversations and transferred things that are not good, to put it lightly, when she was underage. And that is pretty much proven at this point because there's actual evidence to prove that. Defendants can admit they had public suggestions of the possibility of Lucas having an adult girlfriend. Deny. Defendants admit that most interactions Lucas had with Regina was when Lucas was a minor. Defendants deny the screenshot has anything but an out-of-context public joke tweet, as Lucas never actually dated Regina. Remember this too, okay? Because we're going to be back to that. You only check on me when I cover Onision? Why? God damn. Why do you guys only check on me when I talk about Onision? That's lame. I promise you. I talk about a lot of other things. But yes, when I talk about Onision, that's when people are most interested, which is unfortunate because I do create a lot of content. Guys, I have I have over 1,500 videos, and only out of like 16 years of content, I believe I have 63 videos that I've ever talked about Onision out of 1,500. So it's a lot of content. I actually added up, there's this app that adds up all your total amount of video time, and I'm not even joking. I have over like 4 years of videos. Or I think it was, no, like 2.5 years of videos. So meaning like if you watched, every day you could watch a video of mine for 2.5 years, which is crazy. To think that I've created that much content over 16 years is nuts. I don't even believe it sometimes. Like, I don't even know how I did that, because that's just crazy to me. And I don't even remember half the stuff I've even talked about or made. Whatever happened to Sear, his former buddy? He is a Twitch streamer now, actually. Twitch streamer now. All right. I like the food reviews. I've been taste testing things based on your opinions about them. And how have you liked the stuff that you've taste tested? Yeah, on my YouTube Shorts tab, I've been doing a bunch of food reviews because I'm out all the time, 50 hours a week, 5 days a week. So I don't have a lot of time where I'm to cook for myself. So I eat out a lot, unfortunate. But I also make sure that I do things cheaply. I always do the McDonald's McValue. I get a cheeseburger, 1 McChicken. I try to keep everything I do under $5 typically for a meal. Even if that means eating very healthy. Or even if that means eating very unhealthy. Deny, 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 deny. The hatred of Greg unites us. I mean, I suppose. You can hear me talking about anything? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I wish more people would tune in other than when I'm only talking about Onion Man, but it is what it is. I know I've built an image for myself. I got to go with it. Defendants admit that plaintiffs claim that Sarah claims to have been suicidal at rock bottom before ever interacting with James or Lucas. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge. Defendant Lucas admits that he had a... Defendant Lucas admits that he had a kick, but cannot confirm whether or not Regina was a moderator as the kick was a moderator of the kick insignificant. I didn't even know that Lucas had a kick. Wasn't that an old messaging app? I think I had that for like 2 days back when I was a minor a long time ago, and I was like, what's the point of this stupid thing? Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to admit they have done blah, blah, blah. Defendants can confirm that Lucas did not want to associate with unreliable people, but deny implications made by plaintiffs. Defendant admits that Lucas was a teenager when first speaking to Sarah, who was also a teenager. Defendants admit that Lucas was a teenager when first speaking to Sarah, who was also a teenager. Wait, really? So they were both teenagers? I thought Lucas was older than Sarah by like a couple years. I could have sworn there's like a 4 or 5 year age difference, which again, I don't care really so much about age gaps too much unless like illegal shit's happening. That's when I have an issue with it. Defendants admit that Lucas was a teenager. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge. Defendant Lucas confirms that when he first spoke to Sarah, he had no actual interest in women, so as consequentially admitted by the plaintiff in this section. Deny, deny, deny. Defendants admit that Sarah volunteered to help Lucas vet an adult talk to. Defendants deny any vet. What is that? What is that? What the fuck does that mean? Defendants admit Sarah volunteered to help Lucas vet an adult to talk to. Defendants deny the implied false context. Deny, deny, deny. Defendants only admit plaintiff used jokes as screenshots of public tweets out of context sourced from the lifeofonion.com. Is there really a website called lifeofonion.com? 1 second. Let me pull this up. I need to see. I want to see. Oh my God. Wait, he is a dedicated, like... Is this... Holy shit, it's a Wikipedia page. Are you kidding me right now? This is... It's a dedicated... I don't think this is run by him, though. What the hell? I'm dead ass. There's relationships, past, literature, journals, views, characters, channels, sites. Holy shit. There's a whole Wikipedia page of like everything. Must read. There's a whole section. Must read for beginners. Sky, Shiloh, Adriana, Lainey, Billy, Seska, U.S. Air Force, Tanya, general timeline, relationship timeline, bananas, XYZ. Holy shit. There's an Onision time chart of his relationships, like full on. What? Okay, I'm gonna have to look. This is actually crazy cool. I mean, he's probably not happy about that. Nope, it's archived by Onion archivists. What? That's crazy. I didn't know. That's crazy. Well, shout out to Life of Onion. you're in the legal documents, I suppose. That's crazy, guys. Defendants admit that James was open to Lucas dating a woman without him being involved. That I do not believe for a goddamn second. I do not believe that. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Defendants deny any inappropriate implications. Defendants only admit that Sarah was 16 when she visited for a baby shower and met the defendant for the first time. So Sarah went to their house when she was 16. Okay, that's confirmed. I mean, I knew that, but it's interesting. That's still like, what? 16? That's so weird, dude. Defendants admit that Lucas stated publicly he was meeting Sarah at the baby shower. Was it her baby shower or just a random baby shower? Like, I don't know when she had her baby or when she got pregnant. I'm sorry. I don't keep up to date with that shit. Defendants admit that Sarah visited when she was 16, but deny it was Gig Harbor and deny it was a visit to Onision. Maybe they met up. So was Onision at the baby shower? That would be my question. Defendants admit their own ages at the time. Defendants admit multiple visits from Sarah were short. Defendants admit that they invited Sarah to take safe refuge in their home when Sarah accused her own mother of beating her. Okay, something I want to say here. It is very strange to me that an adult couple who doesn't have kids of their own in the same age range to invite a 16-year-old to stay with them, to live with them. That is not normal. Like, if Onision and his husband had their own kid that was like the same age as Sarah, that would be different, right? But they didn't have, that's not the case here. And if she was an adult at the time, I wouldn't really care all too much. But again, we're talking about somebody who's 16 years old. That is not a normal thing. Deny. 302. Denied. Lucas and Sarah has no plans to run away together. Quote. Defendants admit that Lucas and James had arguments. Defendant admits that Sarah and James had no interest in each. Defendants admit that Sarah and James had no interest in each other, and therefore Sarah would leave it with Lucas. And therefore Sarah would leave with Lucas if he did move. Defendants deny any inappropriate context implied. I've always told the rule is half your age plus 7 is the lowest you can go appropriately. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't really care about age gaps as long as they're not like underage and you're doing like illegal things underage. Like if you have somebody, I don't know, like let's say you have like a 20-year-old and a 17-year-old, I don't give a fuck. A 17-year-old and a 21, I really don't give a fuck. 17 and 21, don't give a fuck. 20, I don't care, right? As long as they're not doing things that would be considered illegal, I don't care. But when you're starting to get to a point where like you're 30 years old and you're having a 14-year-old, 15-year-old move into your house, yeah, that's not that's when you can start to question things, at least for me. I think there's a lot of one of the things I don't like about age gaps is where people pull this like moral, I call it moral fagging. Okay, that's the proper term. That's what I call it. Of people who are like, oh, somebody's 20 years old and they dated somebody who's 17. You're obviously a pedophile. Like, there's that part of the internet, and I just don't think that black and white. You know, I've seen even people like somebody 17 or somebody 16 and somebody is 18. And I've literally seen men and women get accused of being like into it. And it irritates me when people are like that black and white. Like, dude, they're a year or two age gap. Like, why are you making this into something that it's not? Like, that's just crazy. Like, my rule when it comes to dating is 21 and above. I don't give a shit. If you are below the age of 21, fuck off. I do not give a shit about you. I don't want anything to do with you. I will block you. If I find out you're a minor, you're definitely blocked. Like, no, thank you. I didn't always hold that position in the past, but as I've gotten older and I'm getting older, I'm way more strict than I used to be because I was also younger. So, defendants admit that Sarah was kicked out of the defendant's home as a result of Sarah being inappropriate and making the defendant uncomfortable. Interesting. Defendants admit that Sarah visited repeatedly throughout the time they knew her. Defendants admit that Sarah repeatedly visited, then went to her actual home freely throughout the time they knew her. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to admit or deny, and therefore deny same. Defendants admit Sarah returned repeatedly and was featured publicly in their own YouTube videos. You know, I think that this could have been a huge... And when I really think about it, if Greg had just not included her in their content, I don't think things would have escalated to where they are currently right now. I really don't. Because it was really awkward and just uncomfortable having like a minor in your videos like this and then sitting with you with your husband like rating people's bodies, because that was the thing that also happened where like Kai, Sarah, and them were all just sitting there like in a video. And like, what do you expect to happen, dude? Like, if you publish, if I made a video right now of, oh, I'm getting married, which I did do once, people are going to speculate on that, and people are going to like get invasive and like look into who you're marrying and shit like that. Would I ever do that again? No, I would never publish a video of me saying, oh, I'm getting married to somebody. I would never do that. It's a fucking stupid thing to do. I would announce, hey, I'm getting married, but am I going to make a YouTube video and bring thousands of people into my life to speculate? No. You do it once, you learn from it, you don't do it again. But he did this repetitively over and over and over and over, was posting content with her, both of them. So, defendants admit that Sarah was 17 and 18 when they lived, in Gig Harbor. Admitted that James made fun of Sarah's butt when she laid on a beanbag chair. Defendants admit that Sarah was kicked out of their home multiple times. Defendants admit that some communication between Sarah being kicked out of the return. Defendants admit that Sarah did not return to the defendant's house sometime later. Denied. Sarah was 17 during her 4th of July visit. All other implications are denied. Defendants admit prior to Sarah's 2018 4th of July visit, she was repeatedly rejected by James. Defendants otherwise deny framing a narrative of plaintiffs. Defense lacks sufficient knowledge. Denied. Defendants admit that Sarah returned to the home in August. Defendants confirm that Lucas communicated he was a trans man around the end of 2018. Defendants admit that Sarah returned for Christmas. Denied. Defendants admit Sarah confessed publicly to no sexual activity before she was 18. Yes, but here's the thing about that. That was... You forced Sarah to make a goddamn YouTube video. I remember this video. It's on my channel somewhere where Sarah uploaded a really awkward, comfortable, like 2-minute, like it was a minute and 30 seconds, I think. If she's like, "Hey guys," and she's like, she was looking like Sarah, and I just wanted to put out there that there's no sexual things happening between me and Onision and their husband. Okay, and it's all lies. Bye. It's like, okay, well, not only was that pressure to, like, that was clearly a coercion type of response. And for those of you who don't know, I met Sarah. I had sushi with teriyaki with Sarah, actually, a couple years back. And I brought that up. She's like, oh, that was absolutely forced. And she's even talked about this herself. They forced her, Onision and Lucas forced her to make a fucking minute and a 30-second video, basically saying and denying anything that there was any physical involvement romantically when there was stuff happening. But apparently he still uses that. Like, you can't force somebody, you can't put a gun to somebody's head and then say this, right? Say this now or else, and then they do it. Like, you guys know if you've seen the video, you know what I'm talking about. It's Sarah was very, 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 very sweet, though. Defendants agree that Sarah told the truth when she said there was no sexual activity involving her prior of her being adult. Defendants deny any inappropriate implication. Defendants admit Sarah did return after she publicly confessed there was no sexual contact with her prior to being an adult. Did you actually get married, or did you get married like Jacqueline Ritchie? What does that mean? What do you mean actually get married? No, I was engaged to be married. Let me clarify. I was engaged to be married 2024. Well, I actually proposed in 2023. I was engaged to be married in 2024, and that did not happen because an affair. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah. So, pretty shitty, but it happens. You move on. Whether I'll probably ever get married again, probably not. I don't know. I'm too scared of marriage at this point. Because like my last relationship, I was in for 4.5 years, and I still to this day will never understand how you can be with somebody and do so much for somebody, especially financially, and be there for them financially, and they completely just fuck you in the end. I'll never understand it, but sometimes things are not meant to be understood. You're just meant to leave. Defendants admit that Sarah returned before signing an NDA. Defendants admit that Sarah returned her own free will to Washington. Defendants admit January 17, 2019, all three parties were watching a movie in bed. Defendants deny any part about many times before, as it was not common. I think this is when they had their threesome. You don't have to explain yourself, friend. You're right, I don't, but I also feel like I kind of have to, simply because of the fact that I made a video on YouTube saying, hey, I'm getting married with my partner at the time. That video is not up anymore, but I did that, right? Like, I brought people in, and I told people a very personal part of my life, and I regret doing that. I should never have done that. I'll never do that again with like announcing, oh, I'm getting married, or like, this is my girlfriend, or something like that. If I ever am in a relationship again, her face will be covered, and I'll literally go out of my way to like edit everything where you cannot see who the person is. I'm not ever being public with my relationship in that way that I've been in the past. Because if I invite people into my life and give them an aspect of my life, and I'm like, oh, I'm getting married, and then that falls apart, I also feel like I do kind of owe it to people to let people know that something happened, because I brought you guys in the first place. Do you see what I'm saying? Normally I would agree, though. I don't have to explain myself to anybody, but I brought people in, and therefore people are naturally invested because I brought people into my life. So I've learned. Won't do that again. Let's see. This feels like an unhealthy microscope to hold a human under being in public space. Do you ever think about the ethics of this type of content? What do you mean? Unhealthy microscope to hold him under the public space. If you make public content, which he does, what's wrong with me looking into stuff? and talking about it and providing commentary. Like, dude, if you want people to cover Onision, there's other channels that do it that still are covering to this very day. I barely talk about the man these days. Deny. Oh my God! Thank you. Ooh. Thank you for the I can't say your name. Palmera Media for the 5 gifted subs. Welcome, Expected Sloth, 30 Dalish, Kabuku Lalushi, 9739, Melissa San, Castavli. God, your names are hard to say. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, guys. Give some love to the chat. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate you. You're amazing. Thank you. I love giving my membership stuff up. If any of you guys join my Discord, show me that you're a member, and I'll give you the special perk privileges. All right. Defendants admit that Sarah returned home, or she lived in Michigan. Deny. Defendants admit that there was a flight scheduled for February for Sarah. Defendants admit that Sarah returned to the defendant's household yet again. Denied. Defendants admit that James made numerous videos about this matter to ensure the Foley was fully available publicly, despite Sarah and Regina's public deplatform campaign. Defendants admit that videos were publicly available. Denied. It only admitted that James told the truth about his experiences, and both documented and not. Sorry, I was behind the comment for your ex. It's okay. It's all right. You guys can ask me anything. Whether I answer or not is completely up to me. I'm a fairly pretty open book. Denied. James' claim was not false. Denied. James posted many videos over the years. Denied all claims of any wrongdoing. Has he ever actually admitted to anything he's ever done? Like, has there ever been a point where he's thought to himself, hey, maybe I could have handled this differently, or maybe I could have responded differently than I have in the past? Because I know that I have. I know that I've posted things on the internet that I was like, you know what? I probably shouldn't have said it that way. I shouldn't have worded it this way. Has he ever done that, though? Genuinely? At any point? I can't. I'm really trying to think of over the years, has he ever admitted to anything wrongdoing? Because, like, I'm sorry. There's a video of him there's a video of Onision literally saying that if a woman sleeps around too much, she's a slut and she can't get raped. That is a real thing that he has said. Which, you know, Onision is probably the same person who believes that if you're married, you can't rape your marriage partner. There's this part of the internet, man. There's a part of the internet that actually believes that. I'm not exaggerating. There are people who think that if you're married, you can't sexually abuse somebody, which is just fucking crazy that people actually think that. But I don't know. Oh, your body counts 10? That's too much. Fucking crazy, dude. Defendant James admits that Onision posted many videos over the years, defending himself ethically. Defending himself ethically? Are you really defending yourself ethically? How is it ethical for you to fucking put Billy on blast and out the fact that she had an abortion and tell everybody that she, like, who she had was, like, SA'd by? That's not ethically. That's not ethic. You caused Billy to have a mental fucking breakdown. You told her to put a tramp stamp on her body saying that I'm a liar. How is that ethical, home skillet? Defending himself ethically. Oh my God. Ethically, bro. Was it ethical when your kid fell out of a fucking window? I mean, you didn't have your window properly secured? Was that ethical? Defendant James denies that he posted anything that was not true based on the information and believe the time of posting. Denied. Defendants admit that James defended himself about public attacks in the same forum he was attacked. I'm sorry. The word ethical is diametrically opposed of who Onision is. Like, if you're going to Onision for ethical advice, you've done fucked up. Defendants admit that Sarah moved in and was then kicked out when she was caught being inappropriate. Defendants cannot speak for what other people perceive online. Okay. Defendants admit Defendants admit being victims of extreme negative attention online only. Defendants admit that Sarah and Regina used the attention that they were getting to perform on international television. Defendants admit that they were getting to perform on international television, which generated revenue, increased popularity for them. I mean, yeah. So this is in response to the Discovery Plus doc. For those of you who don't know, there's a Discovery Plus documentary on Discovery Plus of. It's like a documentary on Onision, and it actually interviews his parents. I don't know if you have not seen the documentary, you definitely should. I was actually supposed to be on that documentary. Black Letter Media, I think it was Black Letter Media. The company that was making that documentary reached out to me, and they're like, "Hey, we want you to have a spot to be on this documentary," and I said no. And yes, it was I was going to be paid. I said no because at the time, Sarah didn't want them to make a documentary talking about the stuff that she experienced, which is completely fair. She didn't want it to be satiricized or exaggerated for the form of a documentary style. Like if you've been essayed, right, you don't really want your story to be out in a documentary where it's, I don't know, like it's without your knowledge, consent, or your story being told properly. Because obviously documentaries don't always tell things the way that they're meant to be. So that was her fear. So I asked her, I'm like, are you going to do this documentary? She's like, no, I don't feel like I want to do this. They approached me and I said no. I'm like, okay, if you said no, I'm going to say no because I'm not comfortable talking about your essay on a fucking documentary. Like I'm not in the qualified position to talk about that in depth and in detail. And if you're saying no, then I'm definitely not going to do it now. And that was that. Only to find out that months later, after the documentary appeared, they approached Sarah again, and Sarah was like, okay, I will do a bonus episode of the documentary, and I will talk about my experience and trauma and story. So she did that, and there was a fourth, I think it was a third or fourth episode that they made, and then I was like, oh, okay, that was kind of a plot twist, but it is what it is. I don't take it personally. I just was surprised, though, so I'm like, huh. The whole reason for me not doing this is because you said you weren't going to do it. But again, don't hold anything personally. I was just surprised is all. When she told me that, I'm like, okay. I did my due diligence though, so I got no regrets. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge or deny, therefore they deny the same. Defendants admit that the actions of Margaret Babby resulted in a coordinated effort to deprive the defendant's household of primary privilege to provide for her own family. Defendants deny any wrongdoing. Why is Ethan Ralph on the thumbnail? Because I'll talk about Ethan Ralph at the very end. Okay? That's why. Deny, deny, deny. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to admit or deny, and the same. Deny, 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 deny. Deny, 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 deny. Guys, we're almost halfway through this. Deny, 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 deny. Look, see, this is why I titled my last video, Denied. Because the judge denied him. You put all these denials and the judge denied and dismissed you. Fucktard. 1 second, let me check my mail. I want to make sure that Onision is not like emailing me right now. Because Onision actually emailed me a couple months back. Anyway, continuing. Denied. Lucas first spoke to Regina when they were both minors. James is a stranger to Regina. James does still not know Regina. Okay, so you claim you don't know Regina, but you made videos about her when you and your partner had when Regina and your partner had a falling out. You made a bunch of videos on Regina specifically, which is hilarious to me. You're like, I don't know anything about this person, but then you're making videos about them. Like, okay, so you do know them then, because you're clearly making YouTube videos about them. So which is a dipshit? Why would he email me? It was kind of a weird email exchange. He was basically encouraging me to use I don't even fucking remember the context. I just remember he mentioned something about how I told him in an email. He sent me an email. I don't even remember what it was about. Oh, he sent me an email basically sending me updated things in regards to Sarah, and I was just like, okay, why are you sending me this? And then I told him I barely do YouTube anymore, which is true. I don't. I stream twice a week on my days off, and I barely upload dedicated videos anymore. Yesterday was my first dedicated video in almost 5 months. So, right. He's like, you should totally keep making videos. You could make a lot of money. You should go down the AI route and start making AI only content. And I was like, maybe. And that was that. It was a weird, like, he was encouraging me to make money through my pandering to AI stuff. And it's like, no, AI stuff's oversaturated. I have my own personal thoughts on AI stuff, but I'm good. Like, I'm not going to make my channel all AI. That's fucking stupid. Deny. What is the judge going to say about this case? I don't know. We're gonna have to find out. Laptop, Sarah, Vincent. Oh, I remember Vincent. That guy went like ape shit and started like screaming a 5 gazillion N-words. That's all I remember from Vincent. Deny. Is he trying to be your friend? I mean, I was very like professional and friendly with him. I didn't tell him to go fuck himself, but I was just like, okay, like, I don't know. I was actually at the Washington Gaming Convention a week and a half ago, and I thought I had this. I was like, man, I was preparing myself. Like, what if I run into Onision at this convention? Like, how's that going to what's going to happen with that? But he wasn't there, so probably couldn't afford the $40 pass, to be honest. Denied. It only admitted James was always an adult during the time frame outlined. I mean, yeah, duh. Denied. Do you think he watches my lives? Maybe, maybe not. I don't care if he does. If Onision, you're here, hi. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to admit or deny. Denied. It's only admitted that James was adult at all times. Look at all. Defendants lack sufficient knowledge to deny the same. Admitted that James called Sarah what herself publicly confessed to be. Denied anything occurred by James. Defendant James published honest videos. Up there we go. You know it's written, but you know it's written by Onision when he starts talking about. I only talk about honesty. Vincent is why the case got fucked. Vincent fucked over so many YouTubers at that time. He made a CTAP go against Chris, so the case failed. Really? I don't know Vincent's lore outside. I know he worked with Chris Hansen, and then I know the last thing I saw of Vincent, he went ape shit and was like screaming the N-word, like hard R, just all around, like on the internet, and then he got fired. That's all I remember. I don't know the drama with Vincent. I think I had one email exchange with him back in the day when he was working with Chris Hansen. That's all I remember. James publishes honest videos with his actual experiences. Partially admitted that many people have seen videos made by James. Denied James did not falsely state anything. James did not falsely state anything. Denied the statements made were not false. Any implication of inappropriate acts are denied. Denied James always referred to Sarah as criminal for herself. Publicity confessed criminal acts. Oh, boo-hoo. Criminal acts. Oh my gosh, I smoke weed. Oh my god, I took some Adderall. Fucking criminal. Not a convicted criminal, as the plaintiff appears to want to imply. Denied. James refers to Sarah as a criminal, not a convicted criminal, or otherwise versions of criminal beyond the implications that they have committed crimes. Deny. General denial. Except as previously admitted above, defendants deny each and every allegation contained in the plaintiff's consolidated third amended complaint. Defendants expressively reserve the right to amend this answer, assert additional affirmation defenses, and assert additional counterclaims as discovery proceeds as facts develop consistent with the federal rules of civil court. Thank you for that tier 2. Ooh, a tier 2 sub. Thank you, Palmyra Media. I think you may be my only tier 2 rep squad sub ever. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. My alert went off, right? It was supposed to do an alert. I wasn't paying attention. Thank you so much. Affirmative defenses. Affirmative defensive 1. Truth and substantial truth. There we go. Plaintiff Sarah's defamation per se claim is barred because defendant James' challenged statements were substantially true. Under Washington law, truth is an absolute defense of defamation. So he is writing this. This is interesting because he's actually referencing court cases as backups. So, I mean, it's a little bit of an upgrade than the last legal stuff that he submitted. So he's learning. He's probably using ChatGPT to help him create this, but substantial truth, where the gist or sting of statements is accurate, likewise bars liability. Sarah publicly admitted to committing criminal acts, including distribution of controlled substances, of possession of illegal drugs. Oh my God! How horrible! Guess what, Onision? You want to know something very criminal that I did? I used to make canna butter and canna banana cookies, and I do beekeeping, for those of you who don't know. It's a hobby I've never really talked about. Yes, I make my own goddamn honey. And canna honey, let me tell you, I still sell it on occasion. I don't, I sell it, okay? I still do. Canna honey, canna butter, canna products are amazing. Technically, I'm committing illegal acts because I'm not going through a distributor. What are you going to do? Report me to the police? Uh-oh, FBI is going to knock at my door. How dare I sell an edible, guys? Which reminds me, go to support the sponsor of the channel today, Vance Global. VanceGlobal.com. Use code Repsion, 20% off. Okay? Edibles. They got all sorts of yummy things. Sarah stated on September 3rd, 2019, I did cocaine. Use it against me. I've done cocaine too. Okay? I'll admit it on stream. I have nothing to hide. I have done it 4 times ever. And personally, my cocaine review is that I don't like, what's it called? Like, that feeling in your nose and your throat. There's a certain name for it. Look, I'm not a professional cocaine user. I don't know the proper term. It's like, the high is nice, but yeah, I am not really into it. It's expensive as hell, and it's the drip. That's the drip. Yeah, the drip, man. So the person who I did snow with, I don't even know if I should say this, but he's in prison right now anyway. So he was a major distributor in Washington State, actually. Really good shit, like super high quality. But the drip was so strong that I ran into the bathroom and I almost vomited. And that was the first time I did it too. So I did a lot less, and then I just did less each time. But the drip, maybe it's an autistic thing, but the drip's too strong. The drip literally makes me want to throw up, and I feel sick every time I did it. I just felt sick afterwards. So I don't know, that drip feeling, man. It's so icky for me that I just bleh. I like, if I was offered some nice snow, I would say no. It's just not. Well, I couldn't do it anyway because of my job. But yeah. All right, guys. All right. See, now you can accuse me of being a criminal, Greg. How evil of me, right? I like shrooms too. Is post nasal drip? Oh God. Ah! I literally can think about it and it gives me the heebie-jeebies. That post drip. I did cocaine. Use it against me. I've sold my prescription before. Use it against me. Yeah, a lot of people have sold their prescription before. Sarah publicly stated on September. But see, here's the thing. This is what Gregory doesn't understand about this, okay? This has no relevancy to the fucking lawsuit of sex trafficking and things that happened when she was underage. This literally has no bearing on anything, okay? Literally nothing. In the same, if you watched my video yesterday that I uploaded, here's the thing. That letter that was posted in his mailbox that said KYS, right? The letter that was posted in his mailbox, that bears no relevancy to the lawsuit. This is what, he's too stupid. Like, in these legal cases, they are very clear cut. The fact that Sarah did cocaine means nothing. There's no relevancy here. She sold prescription drugs. There's no relevancy. What purpose does this do? How does this pertain to the claims against you? It doesn't. It doesn't. Your brain's too small to comprehend that you're bringing up things that have no relevancy to the case. Sarah publicly stated on September 4th, 2019, Greg and I fucked while Kai was in New Mexico. Use it against me. Openly bragging about her sexual history with James in a manner inconsistent with the claims of victimization. Psychobillion life? Oh my god. Hey, if there's any... No, I can't say that. I'm not going to say that on live. My video could actually get removed if I say that. If anyone grows mushrooms, please let me know. My connect no longer is around. They're gone. They're gone. They moved away. I miss my mushrooms. I swear to God, mushrooms fixed my mental health issues. It literally rewired my brain. Like I have, I'm very depressed. I have clinical depression, right? And when I did shrooms, I was microdosing on shrooms for almost 2 months. Every other day, I was taking little grinded out shroom things. Literally, dude, ever since that point, and that was like 4 years ago. Like from a mental standpoint, even with some crazy shit that's happened in the last few years, I'm probably the best. I haven't been depressed, even when I've had things to be depressed about. So, in Minecraft, I mean, if you want, we can trade some shrooms, some mushrooms in Minecraft. But no, seriously, I need a new shroom connect. In December of 2018, Sarah made communications claiming she could destroy defendants' lives and reputations. Months after James rejected Sarah's for a final time, Sarah told...
Thank you for that shekel.
Thank you.
Just hopped in. Do we know when the case is supposed to be finished?
Just hopped in. Do we know,
I know that's
when
a
this
tough
case
question.
is supposed to be finished? I know there's a tough question. I'm wondering when they'll be close to a verdict. Well, it's going to trial, as far as I'm aware. So we're not even done with this first document. When we get into the second document, they are demanding trial. So I don't know how this moves forward. I'm assuming that, well, a trial date has to get set. That's what I know. A trial date jury trial has to be set. I don't know if when a date has been set yet. I don't know anything. So I'm as clueless as you are into this. Months after James rejected Sarah for a final time, Sarah told Pierce County law enforcement that James accused her of blackmail and that the relationship ended as a result. Sarah further admitted to multiple elements of her extortion on August 27, 2019 in her own initiated live stream from Michigan. Defendant's statements accurately characterized by Sarah's own admitted conduct and were substantially true. Plaintiff cannot establish falsity, and her claim fails as a matter of law. Affirmative defenses: contractual bar breach, mutual non-disclosure against Sarah only. Plaintiff Sarah claims are barred in whole or in part by her material breach of the mutual non-disclosure agreement executed. Oh my God. Okay, so he is using an NDA that he had her sign. Dude, you are a fucking retard, dude. You are literally a fucking moron. I forced somebody to sign an NDA, a stupid little piece of paper that I printed off fucking Google, and anything that she says is a contractual bar in breach of the mutual NDA, therefore you should dismiss everything. You fucking moron. You are so stupid. You are so dumb. Valuable and enforceable agreement. Yeah, good luck with that. Did you have a lawyer? Did you have a lawyer write up your little Google NDA? Did you have a lawyer do that, or did you just print it off Google? Because that doesn't constitute. Trust me, a real proper NDA, you'd have been way. Well, I think the NDA is actually attached to this, if I remember correctly. I haven't. This is the first time I'm going through everything. On valid and enforceable agreements, 2019, Sarah executed separate but identical mutual under James Gregory Avro with Lucas Taylor Avro. His agreements were valid, supported by mutual consideration, contained a 5-year term running to January 18, 2024. So her NDA expired January 18, 2024. Interesting. You can break an NDA if it goes against the law. Well, that's, yeah, but this is not against the law. This is not a judge sealing like an NDA, a court ordered NDA thing or doing it in like is completely different than just a print off that you get off Google. It's not the same thing. Sarah's contractual obligations. Under the NDA, Sarah expressly agreed to 2 key obligations. Confidential obligation clause 2. All information disclosed between both parties as well as events witnessed are to be kept between said parties until both parties mutually agree information is no longer private. If only one party consents to the release of information and information is released, it is a violation of this agreement. Okay, what happens to the violation of the agreement, though? Prohibition of false statements. Parties are forbidden from producing false statements about one another to any third parties, in addition to keeping all actual occurring conversations as private and mutually exclusive. Sarah's material breaches. Sarah breached both provisions by filing this lawsuit, publicly disclosing private events, conversation, and details she contractually agreed to keep confidential unless both parties mutually agreed otherwise. Making public statements to the media and participating in a nationally distributed documentary Onision in real life, making claims referencing periods with an NDA term, and publishing false statements about defendants, especially allegations of trafficking, rape, and abuse. This directly contradicts her prior sworn statements to law enforcement March 2020 for her first live stream August 7th to let her live stream with a former reporter. Her numerous tweets in 2019 and other examples of prominent public appearances aimed at defaming people Sarah signed the contract with. Legal effect of breach. Under Washington contract law, a party in material breach of contract cannot recover on claims that rely to arise on the subject matter of the contract. Sarah seek damages on relief based on that very events of the relationship she contractually agreed to keep private, about which she agreed not to make false statements. Her breach constitutes a complete bar to recovery and triggers the NDA express remedies, including injunctive relief and damages in favor of the defendants. Additionally, Sarah's breach unclean hands. Additionally, Sarah's breach constitutes unclean hands, barring her from obtaining equitable relief. A plaintiff who has violated their own contractual obligations cannot invoke the court's equitable powers to obtain relief for conducting arising with the same relation. He has to be using ChatGPT or something. He is not this... Look, I've read the Onision books, bro. He is not this fluent. He either has somebody who like knows legal jargon or is using like an AI to write this. I don't believe he's actually written this because like this is pretty well written for legal. These parts of this is well written. Affirmative defense 3. Plaintiff is barred as a whole and part by the doctrine of judicial estoppel from asserting claims based on allegations. Thank you, Rosalie.
Mushroom emoji. Hit me up, I can help you.
Hit me. Oh. Rosalie Lily 9297. Where can I hit you up at? Where can I slide in those DMs for some beautiful Minecraft mushrooms?
Yeah, thank you for that shekel.
Thanks for doing God's work here, my dude.
Tip really nice, by the way. So, contractor prior sworn statements about tabulations, legal standard, judicial. What is this word? I've never need. What is? I'm going to look this word up. I've never seen this word. Estoppel. Sorry, Estoppel is an equitable legal doctrine preventing a party from asserting a right or claiming the fact that contradicts their previous words, actions, or legal findings designed to prevent injustice. It functions by holding parties to their word or prior positions to protect others who have reasonably relied upon them. Okay. That is new. I have never heard of that word before. When it comes to NDAs, one without an end date may not be enforceable. It really depends on the state by state. The fact that he didn't get it legally done or notarized is not good for him. I mean, yeah, Shiny, Miki, it's getting a document notarized really does make a big difference, from what I understand. Traditional estoppel prevents a party from asserting a position inconsistent with one's successful asserted earlier proceedings on the third parties, where allowing the inconsistency would derive from an unfair advantage of imposed unfair detriment to opposing party. Hamilton versus State Farm, cars, blah, blah, blah. Sarah's prior inconsistent positions. Sarah has made multiple statements to Pierce County Sheriff's Detective case numbers. Oh, wow, interesting. I don't know if I've seen all those case numbers. All interactions with defendants were consensual. She was not aware of being a victim in any crime. No sexual contact occurred when she was a minor, and sexual contact began only after she turned 18 years old. Thank you, Campfire, for the $2 donation. Public video statement, January 9, 2019. Sarah publicly stated in a video posted online that she did not engage in sexual relations with defendants while underage and that no abuse occurred. The statement was made voluntarily. That's not true. That's not what she told me. And without coercion, as confirmed by its timing, location, 9 days before signing the NDAs, recorded by in her Michigan home thousands of miles away from defendants, and content. Acknowledgement of the complaint. The consolidated third amendment complaint itself acknowledged that Sarah publicly confessed to no sexual activity before she was 18 and made statements denying the abuse. The TCAC calls her statements in that video the literal truth, a confession also sworn by Sarah via an initial affidavit during previous proceedings in the case, undermining the heart of the entire lawsuit. Estoppel application. Sarah has taken materially inconsistent position to undermine the integrity of this proceeding. I have family law and civil LS education. I have never seen that word used in a submitted doc. Really? I haven't either. I've never even seen the word to begin with, but I mean, with all the legal stuff that I've been through, I've never seen that word either, but hey, we're learning here. It is a legal term, apparently. So the more we know, I guess. March 9, 2020, successfully persuaded Pierce County law enforcement that no crimes occurred, resulting in no charges filed. January 22nd, 2000, admitted in a voluntary 9-hour phone call that she intentionally misled people to make James look bad. Regina is a fraud, according to Sarah. She was in fact kicked out for committing crimes against defendants, and the laptop she publicly implied had illegal content, in fact, had nothing on the sort on it. Yeah, I don't really know whatever happened. So I believe the laptop that there's alleged illegal things was sent to Vincent or Chris Hansen, I believe. I don't know. I don't know what happened to the laptop. Who knows? Who has it? Who knows? February 12, 2023, say that she's never really wanted to file the lawsuit, proceeded only because lawyers told her there was money from Google. She does not want to testify. She wants to move on. I mean, the Google thing's already dismissed, so Google's been dismissed. On August 7th, 2024, called defendant James at 6:39 a.m. and admitted that when she threatened to destroy defendants' lives by replying to the claim that she said it as a joke. Sure, I probably did. Complaint, acknowledged Sarah's statement, the literal truth, no sexual activity before age 18. Is allowing Sarah to assert trafficking and abuse claims after successfully convincing law enforcement no crimes occurred, admitted the fabrication allegations, and stating that she only filed for money would permit her to play fast and lose with the courts. Unclean hands. Is that a real term in court? Let me look this up. Sorry, I gotta look this up too. Unclean hands. The unclean hands doctrine is an equitable defense preventing a party from obtaining relief, like injunction or specific performance, if they engage in wrongful, unethical, or bad faith conduct directly related to the matter in dispute, rooted in the maximum of, quote, he who comes into equity must come with clean hands. The principle ensures courts do not aid parties who have acted improperly regarding the specific claim. Okay? New stuff. New info, guys. I'm learning. I thought that was going to be a made-up term, but it's a real thing. At lunch break at work, give me a recap. You can Keystar, when this video is done, you can come back and watch it at any time. And I'm not putting behind a paywall. But if we get enough members eventually, if we ever get like 50 members, we're at 15 right now. If I ever get 50 members, I will do private member live streams. That will be a thing. Members only, though. But I have to hit 50, which will probably never happen. Plaintiffs are barred from obtaining equitable relief due to the unclean hands. Under federal and Washington law, a party seeking equitable remedies must come to court with clean hands regarding the subject matter of the litigation. Sarah executed a binding mutual NDA agreement 19 agreeing to maintain confidentiality of private events, refrained from making false statements about defendants. She then breached those agreements by filing the lawsuits during the 5-year contractual term and making public statement about defendants in media appearance and a nationally distributed documentary company. A party who breaches their own contractual obligations cannot invoke equity and to obtain relief arising from the same relationship. Both James and Lucas are witnesses to Sarah's signing. Her lack of duress and the sexually extortive terms Sarah insisted upon being willing to sign as confessed in her August 27, 2019 live stream via text January 2019, followed by Sarah's demands that James also signed due to his fat mouth, further establishing premeditation on Sarah's part, lack of duress, and active negotiations in terms of days and hours before signing. Prior mentally material inconsistent statements. Sarah provided multiple statements to law enforcement. No sexual contact occurred. She did not wish to prove any action against defendants. She was not a victim of any crime. All conduct of the defendants were consensual. Sarah made numerous public statements via live streams and videos captured through various authenticated exhibits denying any underage sexual contact and stating that no abuse occurred. She now seeks equitable relief based upon directly contradictory allegations. Throughout this litigation, plaintiffs have presented evidence out of context, omitted wow, that's a hard word. Exculpatory? How do you say that? Exculpatory. Say that 10 times fast. I can't even say the fucking word. Portions of communications, and it failed to disclose material facts, including Sarah's own prior statements in their pleadings and prior filings in other jurisdictions. These acts constitute clean hands in the bar plaintiffs from obtaining equitable remedies, including injunctive relief, blah, 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 blah. Okay, whatever. Lack of approximate cause and failure to mitigate damages. Plaintiff's claims for damage are barred in whole or in part because plaintiffs cannot establish their alleged injuries were approximately caused by the defendant's conduct. Additionally, plaintiffs fail to mitigate their causes of damages as required by law. Interviewing and superseding the clause. Plaintiff's own voluntary decision to publicize their allegations through social media, interviews, and participation in nationally distributed documentary, Onision in Real Life. Third-party coverage, commentary, amplified to unrelated individuals and content creators. Decisions by platforms and business partners made independently in response to public controversy, not based on defendant's conduct. All right. Sarah came back and went back to the defendant's residence on multiple occasions. She voluntarily engaged in an adult relationship. Sarah confirmed to law enforcement that these adult interactions were consensual and that she was willing to participate. Lack of direct contact. Regina claims against defendant James failed for lack of proximate cause because she never met James in person, never traveled to Washington, had no direct physical contact with any of him. This is something that does confuse me because Regina's also claiming the sex trafficking thing, but at no point did she ever meet them. So I'm curious on how you can go for the sex trafficking thing when you've never met them, unless you're exchanging of, illegal images or something. Any alleged emotional or psychological injuries cannot be approximate cause by the defendant with whom she had minimal or direct interaction. The timeline of Sarah's conduct establishes lack of causation. February 12th through the 17th, 2023, Sarah engaged in casual, friendly phone and Snapchat conversations with Lucas about music, Hail to the Sun, drinking with friends, and daily life, stating that she had no lawsuit interest. Interesting. I haven't heard that one. That's new for me. February 12, 2023, Sarah explicitly told defense she did not want to file a lawsuit and no animosity towards them, and wanted to move on only to file this lawsuit weeks after, contradicting her stated intentions. I don't know if this is or isn't true. I did hear about them having a conversation, but does grooming count as SA? I don't think it does. I'm speaking from a legal standpoint. I don't know if any, off the top of my head, I don't know of any legal cases where grooming was ever a thing that was somebody was charged for a crime. Because I don't think is there even laws put up to grooming? Obviously if you're grooming someone and you're exchanging illegal images or something, yeah. But I'm talking you're grooming somebody, but you border on the edge and you don't do anything illegal. And then as soon as they turn 18, bam, right? Like, technically, nothing's wrong with, like, you've committed no crime. But I don't think you can, like, be taken to court for something like that. Like, realistically, logically, I don't know, though. I don't know enough about that particular type of thing. August 7, 2024, called defendants at 6 to wish... Oh, I remember this. August 7, 2024, she called defendants 6:39 a.m. to wish cancer upon James and admitted prior threats to destroy their lives were made. Sarah's patterns, friendly in January 2019, hostile in 2019, casually speaking to defendant James off and on for years, eventually friendly contact February of 2023, followed by immediate lawsuit filing. Ongoing hostile contact demonstrate that alleged injuries stem from Sarah's own voluntary litigation strategy, not from the defendant's conduct. Or maybe Sarah was just being professional or friendly to get them to admit to something, maybe, possibly. You know, I don't know. A gram, Roseleg Rip. All right, look, I'm going to go old man style. I'm going to take a photo of that on live chat right now. All right, Rosaline, thank you for the $2. I will follow you after this because I need some mushrooms from Mario. Thank you. Sarah's pattern. No, I already did that. Inequitable conduct. On February 2nd, 2023, Sarah personally admitted to counterclaimants that she never really wanted to file in the first place, but did so because lawyers told her there was money from Google and YouTube. Sarah said that her whole interest was getting money from Google, not from the counterclaimants. She now wanted to testify and she wanted to move on with her life. Sarah's financial motive was independently corroborated when counterclaims bankruptcy attorney reported May 3rd, 2025, that plaintiff counsel affirmed that the plaintiff didn't really care too much about the bankruptcy and they're really only interested in getting money from Google. Yeah, well, money from Google is not happening. Despite expressly disavowing any desire to pursue claims against counterclaims, Sarah has continued to prosecute this action for years, maintaining litigation she personally admitted she would never really want to file. Sarah's conduct demonstrates that she is using this court's process as an leverage against a dismissed third party, Google, not to obtain a relief from the named defendants. This fundamental use of judicial proceedings to accomplish the ulterior purpose extracting money from an entity no longer in the case constitutes unclean hands, the bar's equitable relief. How much many pages? We got 20 more pages. Holy moly. Guys, we still got a whole thing after this. I feel like this is going to be like a 4-hour live stream. I hope you guys stay with me this whole time. Plaintiffs had a duty to take reasonable steps to mitigate their alleged damages, but failed to do so. Instead of minimizing harm, the plaintiffs actively sought media exposure and monetize their allegations with documentary, participation in interviews, and public campaigns, continued to publicly amplify controversy rather than seek private resolutions, declined to utilize confidential dispute resolution mechanisms, including provisions of January 18th NDAs. I mean, look, if we're being honest, I don't even if this goes to trial, jury by trial, I don't think anything's going to come for this. I really don't. I think Sarah kind of like shot herself in the foot in terms of some of her contact that she had with them, and some of the things that she has said does kind of contradict her past statements. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm on Sarah's side and all, like, pretty much, but at the same time, she has said some things that I'm like, okay, so why would you say this? You're making things more difficult for yourself now. I don't know. The Google thing was already dismissed, so there's no money from that. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know where this could go, how it's gonna go, but I'm so curious about it. Like, okay, skip that. I don't really care. Liability, traffic. Oh, let's go. Consent, absent of force, fraud, coercion, and as to adult conduct. To the extent of claims, there's laws based on alleged conduct occurring plaintiff. Sarah turned 18 years old, August 5, 2018. Those claims are barred because any such interactions were consensual, occurred without force, threat, force, fraud, coercion, and those terms are defined by under federal law. Legal standard. Liability for trafficking of adult requires proof of the defendant knowing, recruits, ethic, harbors, transports. Okay, so he's given the definition of sex trafficking. Provides, obtains, advertises, maintains, patronizes, solicits of any means person knowing and reckless disregard of the fact, means of force, threats, fraud, coercion would be used to cause the person engaged in commercial sex acts. For commercial... So, look, the one thing about this I can say is that in regards to sex trafficking, he did commit sex trafficking with Shiloh because he transported Shiloh. He had Shiloh fly out when she was under the age of 18 and had sex with her. That is a thing that happened. Why they're not, maybe Shiloh didn't want to be involved in this. I don't know why they're not mentioning that aspect. Or maybe they, I haven't read the other document yet, so maybe they do. I don't know. But that did happen with Shiloh. So for adults, the element is force, fraud, coercion, and mandatory. Similar requires proof of persuasion, inducement, enticement, and coercion. Factual basis. Oh, he loves the word facts. We've already read this. Sarah's own voluntary conduct, repeatedly driving to watch an adult, maintaining contact, participating in a relationship of her own choosing, negates any claim of force, fraud, coercion, federal traffic statutes. Further, defendants have Sarah's own police reports, live streams, personally recorded videos, text retrieves, conversation logs, affirming that the defendant's position was innocence. Plaintiff Sarah's defamation per se barred by the First Amendment because defendants' statements constitute protected free speech, a matter of public concern. Sarah made numerous public allegations against defendants through YouTube, social media, and media outlets in an international distributed documentary. Defendants had a constitutional right to respond to these public accusations with truthful statements of their own experiences. I mean, I don't actually disagree with this. If you make claims about somebody, you are allowed to respond. I think it's stupid when people are like, oh, I hate this person, they're not allowed to respond. That's just juvenile. If anyone has accusations against them or allegations against them, they are absolutely allowed to respond to that. And if you have an issue with somebody responding to things that are being made about them, then you're not a fair person. Period. To the extent statements constitute opinion or theoretical hyperbole based on disclosed facts, they're not actionable under Washington law. All right. Sarah's actual malice is established by her February. Egomaniacs.
We're with you
as long as you're still going. Thank you for the Onion Boy coverage over the years. I've been watching off and on from 2004 to 2000. That's a crazy long time, dude. Thank you, Egomaniacs, for the $5 donation. I appreciate you so much. Really appreciate that. Sarah's actual malice is established by her February admission. She does not want to sue the defendants and proceed only because lawyers told her that there was money from the Google. These admissions that she intentionally misled people to make James look bad and co-plaintiffs Regina are a fraud, according to Sarah, her own statements. Abuse of process, bad faith litigation. Okay, it was just repeating the same thing. Did not want to testify, that she wants to move on with her life. One of the things I am curious about this is, like, he makes this claim about the Sarah conversation. I hope he fucking recorded some of it. Because I would like to know about that phone conversation that they had. Like, what, they had like a 6-hour phone call or something? And that's what he claims. If that happened, I want, maybe that if it goes to trial, I wonder if that will, the audio will be used, like, transcribed or something. Curious to see. Despite Sarah has prosecuted this action for the defense. This is all. We're just repeating ourselves. They have to do this legally though. So counterclaims. Defendants and Lucas appearing pro se assert the. So this is, look. They are this. He is doing all this. All this is written by him. Defendants and Lucas counterclaimants appearing pro se assert the following compulsory counterclaims arise from the same transaction, current events, and relationship alleged in plaintiff. The court has supplemental jurisdiction, breach of contract when confronted. Yeah, admitted as a joke. We've already went over this. I think he's just quoting he's quoting all of the NDA stuff. This is all. As a direct proximate result, Sarah's breaches, counterclaimants have suffered substantial damage, including reputational harm, emotional distress, loss of income and business opportunities, and costs incurring the defendant's action. Yeah, boohoo. Counterclaimants are entitled to so he's claiming he wants money in compensatory damages in the amount to be proven at trial, injunctive relief, enjoining further breaches and disclosing costs. Sarah negotiated the terms of the NDA from her home in Michigan beginning in January 2019. All right, this is just non-disclosure was executed and is valid and enforceable. No, it's not enforceable because there's nothing legally to enforce it, dude. It's a Google piece of paper you fucking printed off. Usually the appropriate defendants on legal reputation harm. All right, we're getting near the end of this, I think. The legal process has been perverted to accomplish not in the proper scope, using judicial procedure to leverage against dismissed third-party Google rather than obtain relief from the named defendants. Counterclaimants have suffered damage as direct practical result, including but not limited to emotional distress, reputational harm, business incomes. Yeah, we just read that. Prayer for relief. Okay. As to the plaintiff's consolidated third amended complaint, the plaintiffs take nothing by their complaint. All claims are asserted by the defendants, James Lucas, to be dismissed with prejudice. The judgment be entered in favor of the defense of all claims. You know, if he hadn't made this, judge may have not decided to dismiss everything, but the judgment has been safe for counterclaim is awarded compensatory damage to be amount to be proven in trial, including damages for reputational harm, emotional distress, low income, business opportunity. So he wants to be, when this goes to trial, he wants to counterclaim it and make money and hope that she'll have to pay him. Reasonable attorney fees. He wants the court to reward Gregory the reasonable attorney fees and costs provided as January 19. It's not gonna fucking. I doubt, dude. It's not gonna happen. Like whether it's proving events, communications. The court issue a declaratory judgment pursuit of the 28 declaring that counterclaims did not engage in sex activity, grooming, sexual abuse, or non-consensual complaint. Any interactions involving adult parties with consensual and lawful. Counter-defendant, Sarah's allegations and claims contradicted by her own prior statements. Non-disclosure exceeding the executed are valid, enforceable. Up, look at that. Demand for jury trial. Defendants and counterclaimants hereby demand a trial by jury on all issues so triable. Okay, 1 second. Let me switch off here. I want to make sure that the addresses, yeah, their home addresses on this, along with their email. I don't want to post it, and their phone numbers, so I'm not posting that. Oh, that one's. This was dated. Ah, this is what I will show though. Look at this. This is something. This is brand new, guys. I've never seen this. This is new. Just look at this. This is crazy. I've never seen this. This is new things. This is the official document that he submitted for the mutual non-disclosure agreement. Shouldn't the membership goal be at 7? No, because gifted subs don't count towards membership. The membership thing only moves when it has to be like a standalone. I found that out recently myself. I was like, why isn't the thing updating? But no, gifted subs are very much appreciated, but they treat it differently. So like a individual membership will count, but gifted subs don't. Why that is, I don't know. Blame Streamlabs. This agreement is made to enter as the last date assigned, and by between Sarah, first party, Gregory, whose principal mailing address. You would love a copy of this? Well, you can screen cap this, or just go to my Discord. This whole document's actually posted in my Discord in the YouTube section. First party and the second party have interest in participating in discussions, collaborations, and interactions. Yeah, this is absolutely. This is absolutely printed off of Google. Business plans, methods, practices, business stories, private information regarding anything associated with both parties. Can I zoom this in? Oh, I can. There we go. Much better. Either party may disclose confidential information. Private, all the disclosing parties. All information disclosed between both parties, as well as events witnessed, are to be kept between said parties until both parties mutually agree to inform is no longer private. If one party consents to the release of information, that information is released is a violation of the agreement. All confidential information disclosed in this agreement shall be remain the property of disclosing party. Says the parties agree that disclosing the party will suffer irreparable injury if it's confidential information paid public release to a third party otherwise disclosed breach of this agreement, disclosing party shall be entitled to obtain injunctive relief against a threatened breach of conjunction or any such breach of the event. Such a breach, an award of actual and exemplary damages from a court of competent jurisdiction. Notwithstanding above, the parties agree that information should not deem confidential information. Actual employer's officer is approved release, except disclosing is court's governance required operation by law. We construe agency, partner, joint venture, similar. Neither party will, without approval of the other party, make any public statements otherwise. The agreement contains entire parties, no way creates obligation for either party to disclose information. Parties are forbidden from producing false statements about one another to any other third parties in addition to keeping all occurring conversations, events private and mutually exclusive. All right, that is fascinating. All right, that's the NDA. Let me transition off of this and go to the next document. All right. So that is that. Let me pull up my bum, 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 bum. Give me a second. We were just accessing my scenes are not set up on is this the right one? No, that's the wrong document. There's so many fucking documents, dude. This is what I wanted. So I'll pull this back up. All right. So we got the new, this is the amended complaint. Jury trial demanded. Was Sarah underage when she signed that NDA? Are minors? I'm horrible with adding and math, so that's for other people to figure out. She may have been underage. I don't know. So, consolidated third amendment complaint. Yeah, so this is them. They tried to go against YouTube. This absolutely failed. Onision, that used YouTube to identify, recruit, solicit, and groom children, and coordinated with his spouse, Laney, to lure, entice, and solicit children with the ultimate goal of engaging in sexual activity with them. Plaintiffs were two of these victims. Plaintiffs respectively submit their complaint for damages and make the following average. All right. Let's see. This lawsuit. Profit sharing. All predators must identify the vulnerable individuals that could become their potential victims. Once a victim or a pool of victims is identified, the predator must find a way to recruit, lure, entice, corral those victims into the web so that the predator might be able to share for illicit purposes. Part of ensnaring a victim is a process called grooming. Oh, okay, this is interesting. Grooming is a deceptive process enacted by a would-be abuser in which a perpetrator selects a victim, gains access and isolates the victim, trusts or develops a dependency on the victim, and mind desensitizing the victim to sexual content, and physical contact. A sophisticated predator is skilled at creating confusion, deception, and doubt, but simultaneously gaining trust, acceptance, and affection of love from the victim. A predator will charm others and convince the responsibility adults around the victim or intended victim that nothing amiss should be concerning. James Jackson also knows this internet persona. Onision created a channel. We know these. These are... YouTube has unprecedented social impact. Don't really care about that. Onision targeted underage girls online and provided material that appealed to the age group, such as comments on body appearance and self-identity, suicide ideology, and similar topics. Onision would also rate and comment on pictures of people and their bodies, often sent to them by young teen girls. Specifically, Onision appealed to minor females like plaintiffs who were young, vulnerable, questioning their self-image and identity, and were seeking answers and guidance. I don't really care about the YouTube shit. Don't care about that. Don't care about monetization. Don't care about the YouTube Google shit. Sorry, we're skipping the stuff that's not relevant simply because Onision runs several YouTube channels, including Onision Speaks, Bro, Onision Encore, Onision Archive, Laney Bot, and Cool Guy Kai. So he denied in the last thing we went over, he denied that he ever had access to either Laney Bot or Cool Guy Kai's YouTube channel. Mind you, so these numbers that we're going through, this is what he was doing. Denial. Do not have enough information to respond. That's what this is in reference to. Onision uses fame and notoriety via the YouTube lab to objectify children, to form a relationship with underage girls, and entice them, groom them, and to arrange transportation across state lines to facilitate grooming, further, and sexual activity. Onision begins pursuing 17-year-old Taylor Ann Anderson. With the interpersona Laney-bot, Taylor allegedly illegally changed her name several times and currently goes with the legal name Lucas Jackson. November 2012, Laney and Onision got married. Have they really been married that fucking long? Over 10 years. After Onision introduced Laney to his followers, Laney instantly became part of the Onision channel and gained fame through her marriage. Laney began flirting and grooming underage girls who were the fans of the Onision through the YouTube platform, including but not limited to Onision's channel forums. Those same girls were then invited to Laney and Onision's home with the intent to engage in sexual acts and three-way sexual encounters with the couple. For additional grooming and archive, the ultimate goal of sexual conquest by Laney and Onision. YouTube was put on notice many times. What is this? Have we ever thought about reporting? Let me zoom into this a little bit. I've never read this sock account or read. So this is, I guess, what this is, a Reddit forum. I apologize. Only some videos run online. My bad, won't happen again. Several different YouTubers report Onison's harmful behavior and sexual exploitation by including plaintiffs directly to YouTube. Ultimately, no avail. Members of the YouTube urged YouTube to take action against Onision's channels, but YouTube refused to do so in the name of profits. Oh, this is a classic. This is a classic one, guys. I remember this. A dangerous YouTuber watch her kids online. My girl is only 13. She has an iPad that her and I share. She has a smartphone and that she's allowed to use. I can go through it if you want to, but I feel like privacy is an important thing. Her pictures get uploaded from her phone to the iPad. I looked through them and found many photos of her in her underwear. She had a word I've never seen written on her stomach. It was Onision. Because he would tell people, like, if you're a big fan, write my name on your body. I immediately asked her about it. She told me that he is a YouTuber that promotes body positivity and posts videos of girls' bodies that they submit to him from his forums. I looked through the forums and found thread upon thread of girls my daughter's age posting nearly naked pictures of themselves to be validated by this man. I was livid. It really looks like he's trying to get scantily clad pics of young girls. I looked into him more, and apparently he has a penchant for young girls. His wife was only 17 when he met her. Be aware of what young kids are doing online. I remember this post because, God, somebody made a video highlighting. It wasn't me. I did talk about this, but what I remember is Onision went like super rage mode about this, and this was around the same time he had his forms up and he was making the hot or not, rating your body, looking at your body abnormalities, things like that. And I remember he made a video, Onision did, like raging about how like nobody's under the age. Everybody's on his forum and everybody he's rating is not underage, they're all adults. I remember this like went semi-viral on, well, look, it had on Reddit, 861 upvotes on Reddit. That's a big all right, on or about 2000, the mother of 13 reported Onision's harmful behaviors. YouTube then proceeded to warn other parents about the foreseeable danger of the YouTube children. YouTube ignored this report and failed to report Onision and failed to report Onision to the National Child of Missing Exploited Children or other authorities despite possessing actual knowledge of suspected child exploitation in violation of her prescribed in the US 18. YouTube's paid partnership discouraged. What is this? YouTube's response for posts when I ignore it along with YouTube January 2000. What is this? On call reporting possible exploit. This is a police. This is a 2019. I spoke with telephone requests. Report me what she believes is possible sexual exploitation and grooming of children by a Pierce County resident named Gregory. Onision, she told me she has not watched several YouTubes describes grooming and exploiting young children. She did not want to tell me much over the phone, explaining that there was just too much to explain, and asked if she could send me an email describing her suspicions. She's calling from her home in Raymond, Washington, and could not contact me in person. Blank sent me 2 emails describing what she claims to have learned from watching his YouTube videos, and she wrote, "The guy's a roommate, nanny. They allegedly begin." The woman he is married to began an online relationship when she was possibly 16, flew out to New Mexico with her being allegedly when she was 17. I mean, the 17 thing is confirmed at this point. They confirmed it in the last document we went over. It's officially confirmed that they got married when she was underage. Under the age of 18. YouTube. So, like, that's not in question anymore. Shouldn't by anybody. Like, it's official. Onision has admitted to it. After flirting agreement with Regina from age 14 to 17 years old, Lainey invited Regina to visit Onison's home in Washington State. Regina attempted to go, but her mother refused to allow her to travel. Good on her mom for doing that. Like, good on her. I mean, I wouldn't let if I found out my stepdaughter was going to meet some 30-year-old dude, even like a 25-year-old dude, her being 14 years old, absolutely not. After notifying Lainey she was not able to go, Lainey quickly became replacing with her next victim, a girl named Sarah. Lainey used Regina, unnoticed to her, to gain trust with Sarah as well. After flirting and grooming with Sarah for 2 years, Lainey and Onision invited Sarah to visit them in their home in Washington State. Over the next few years, Sarah invited several times on or about the following dates. Oh, look at this. We got a time chart here. Visit 1, Sarah's age, Lainey's age, 21, 22. Interesting. I've never seen 16, 16, 16, 17, 18. During these visits, Onision and Lainey groomed Sarah, a minor child, and Sarah's guardians by constantly exposing her to sexual commentary, sexual jokes, physically touching her legs, buttocks, breasts, and body. Comments about the way her body looked. Discussions about being together and running away together. And the way it treats to create fear, anxiety, and uncertainty, desire plays, exposure to sex acts with other partners, and perpetually sexually charged environment. I've watched you since you were a Christian. We've both changed so much since way back then. That's crazy, Nathius. Thanks for sticking around that long. That's wild. I'm glad I'm not religious anymore. I had a lot of fucked up beliefs back when I was a religious kid and young adult. After years of being groomed and sexualized by the guardians, Sarah was raped by Onision at the age of 18. After violating her, Onision fell into a pattern of victim shaming in which he has published statements claiming that Sarah raped him and that she is a felon. Both these statements are untrue. Okay, so we have both parties now. Sarah, in official documents, is claiming that she was raped by Onision, and then Onision replying to that allegation by saying that you raped me. I don't really know what to say to that other than I don't believe Onision. I'm sorry. You know, there's statements by Onision that she can't, if you've slept with more than 20 people, you can't get raped. Those are his own words. So, you know, somebody who has such a strong stance about sexual assault, I don't really tend to think that anything that you have to say about sexual assault is really valid. Regina? Regina was a minor for the majority of the time that... Regina was a minor for the majority of the time that she was sex trafficked and became an adult prior to the filing of this action. Sarah is a United States citizen, resides in Michigan. Sarah was a minor for the majority of the time that she was sex trafficked. She became an adult in the later portion of being sex trafficked and was raped and defamed as an adult. As such, Sarah became an adult prior to the filing of this action. Because the defendant's victimization of Sarah is part of a sex trafficking conspiracy. Okay, I don't know if I would have used the word conspiracy in this, but Sarah reasonably fears retaliation from Onision, stalking, or harassment by other members of the online community, and many of Onision's fans have targeted other women who are opposed to Onision. Sarah's safety, privacy, and personal security outweigh the public interest in knowing her identifications. Any public comments Sarah has made only done with her first name and not her last. It is in the public's interest to give anonymity to sexual abuse and sex trafficking survivors so other victims will feel ability to come forward and not be fearful of their identity publicized. Sarah's legitimate concerns for privacy outweighed any prejudice to defendants or public allowing the plan to proceed anonymously. We already know this. We already know this. Oh, defendant Nismotatu Incorporated is Washington State Corporation, which all times relevant to the case was owned and operated by James and Lucas Jackson. It was formed 2012, 2018 upon former information belief. He was a corporation of Onision Laney to publish their content on YouTube. The Onision trademark is owned by the LLC. Don't care about the YouTube shit. That's relevant. YouTube, I don't care about the YouTube shit because the YouTube stuff's already been dismissed, right? So it's not relevant for me to go over. I'm sorry. Like if you want to go back and read this stuff, you go forward, but I don't give a shit. It's been dismissed already, so. I'm on, get off the YouTube shit. This is already. What a lot of people don't realize and why the YouTube thing failed is like when you sign up the YouTube partnership, Google has stuff written that basically alleviates them. Like if somebody, I don't know, wants to go shoot up a school or something and they stream it to YouTube, you can't sue YouTube because they posted that video, right? YouTube's going to remove it. But you know, when you make a YouTube account, you're essentially agreeing that you can't sue Google. A lot of people don't realize that when you register to websites, use websites, things like that. In 2002, YouTube... Wait, what is this? In 2012, YouTube defendants launched their Trusted Flagger program and essentially defective design a product that they knew would have been harmful to use. Due to a decision made by YouTube defendants in creating, designing, implementation, the Trusted Flagger program. Oh, I remember. God, this was so fucking long ago. I almost completely forgot. Program, Onision sexual exploitation, grooming, abuse, playing with other minor for years. Let's recommend many of the defense with the rest of the YouTube defendants when they produce and implement a heroes program in which YouTube defendants designed to give certain users special access to better marketed, trusted, or problematic channels. Those with the effects the heroes program effectively designed, ratified, trusted plaintiffs for preventable abuse from YouTube. These harms occurred. Defendants had to redevelop altered trust flagger program. During the time, YouTube defendants designed a product where they failed to promote minor girls like plaintiffs' sexual exploitation and abuse their only very YouTube paid partners like Onision. Onision's channel contains significant material depicting sexual exploitation, grooming, and abuse of plaintiffs remain on the YouTube. YouTube failed to adequately report such channels to the national. The only difference is they're no longer monetized. Rather become one of the most YouTube influencer person online along with his spouse Lainey. Oh wow, we're going way back. On January 29th, 2020, started a YouTube channel and began posting in October. Man, was it really that long? 2007. So we started around YouTube the same time because before my channel that I'm on now, I had a previous YouTube channel. I started 2007. I think it was February of 2007 is when I started. Kind of Doesn't target underage girls. Such comments on body image, appearance, self-identity, suicide, ideology. Pushback from all nuisance, damaging negative comment on young girls. He rebuffed it by claiming he was honest. I remember, this is true. Anytime of the all those body ratings he did on minors, he was like, "Well, I'm just being honest. Just being honest, guys. You know, I'm attracted to 14-year-olds. I'm just being honest, right, guys? Right. Like, come on, dude." He also posted content that claimed it was comedy, but was actually smear campaign against his ex-girlfriends in an effort to publicly humiliate them. August 2005, he married his wife, Sky Jackson. Onision began to isolate Sky and prevent her from associating with friends and family. Onision produced several videos online with Sky. In 2009, Onision was discharged from the Air Force. It was after this discharge that he began seriously pushing YouTube career. I still want to know what he was discharged for in the Air Force. There's so many rumors about why he was discharged from the Air Force. Like he wouldn't kill a rabbit. He wouldn't do something an officer told him to do. I genuinely don't know. If I could talk to him one-on-one, like in an interview style, I would absolutely ask him this. Can you imagine? Should I send Onision an email and ask him to do an interview with me? I'm not even, I will absolutely sit and have a conversation with him. I would love to ask him about these types of things. I don't think he'd be capable though of having an actual like civil conversation. I don't think he would be able to do it with me. I can be very civil even to people I don't like. Even to people who are disrespectful, rude to me, I can be very, very civil. I don't know if you guys saw my last interview I did with Rev, Shanny for Christ. I did an interview a couple weeks ago with him, and people loved it. People loved that interview. People think I'm really good at interviewing people, and I think I'm really good at interviewing people too. But the problem is getting people to come on here and talk with me. He probably would. I don't think he would come on here. The problem is if I did offer him an interview, I feel like he's going to try. He's probably going to say that I can't make money off of it, which honestly, that's fine. I don't care about making money on YouTube. I mean, I like it, but like that's not the main goal. I do this for fun now. And I appreciate any money or any subs or anything that happens. I appreciate it a lot. But what I'm saying is I don't do this as a job for money, right? I feel like he would demand that I take monetization off. And two, I feel like he would attempt to bring up a legal thing that I can't actually talk about legally, publicly. Because people know that I was involved in a lawsuit a couple of years back, and there was a settlement, and I can't say anything about it other than that, right? And if he tried to bring that up on air, I literally would have to turn the stream off instantly. So that would be my concern. I don't really know if he would honor a conversation where like, hey, you can't bring up this subject. I would honor that with him. Like if there's a subject he doesn't want me to bring up, I wouldn't talk about it. But I don't think he would honor that with me. I genuinely don't think he would, but I don't know. What do you think? Should I send him an email after the stream? He's going to ask for money. I mean, I'm not fucking paying Onision to come on here. It's not going to happen. I would pay Foodie Beauty though. I already offered Foodie Beauty money to come on and do it, or do an off-air interview with me. It doesn't even need to be live. I would love to interview Foodie Beauty, Amberlynn, but I don't. Amberlynn would probably want me to pay. I'm not paying like astronomical amounts of money. Like most, I'll pay somebody. You want $100? Come talk to me with 2 hours. I'll give you $100. That's as much as I would do. I'm not paying no like $3,000 fee like she gets paid on like Lolcow Live. Fuck that. It was after his discharge that he began. Okay, what we already read that. The banana song, 90 million views. Emotional traumatic experiences. Okay, so Onision targeted minor audiences on YouTube, specifically targeted at minors with emotional vulnerabilities and pre-existing traumatic experiences such as eating disorders, suicidal ideation, mental health disorder, and more. I mean, that is true. God, I can't not tell you how many goddamn videos he made on eating disorders. At the same time, Onision rose to popularity because he was commenting on doing skits portraying YouTubers, including popular YouTuber Shane Dawson. Haha, Shane Dawson's being mentioned. Funny as shit. Oh, look what we're getting, guys. This is getting fun. What a fun part. The initial filing of the lawsuit has been in the partnership program, blah, 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 blah. This is what I was talking about. During the tenure of the YouTube paid partnership program, Onision posted videos on specifically targeting teenagers and their insecurities with certain videos titled tailored to teen concerns, including, here we go. 1, am I pretty? 2, am I ugly or not? 3, should girls shave their legs and arms and down there? What fucking type of title is that? Why are you discussing whether your fans shave their pussy? Like, come on, bro. Think. Actually, I've never even seen that video. I'm sure there's a video copy of it somewhere out on the YouTube archive, but I didn't even know, like, this is... Come on! How to flirt with guys? How to tell if you're circumcised? Are you fucking kidding me? I've never seen that video, but, like, why is this a thing that you're even discussing with fans, dude? How to ask someone to date you? How skinny is too skinny? How to give a hickey? Like, what the fuck is this? But we have what? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have right here. We have 8 goddamn videos, guys. 8 videos. Now, in his response, if you remember his deny, he says he only confirms that there was one video. Am I fat or not? Remember that? Remember what? Like 45 minutes ago, he confirmed this. That he only made one video, am I fat or not? You remember watching those videos? Yeah, I remember this one, am I pretty? I remember, am I ugly or not? I remember that one. This one is crazy, though. I've never saw that. I may go see if I can find that video because there's got to be a copy of it on YouTube. That's just fucking weird. Like, why are you talking about your viewers' private parts? Why is that in a title? That is just like, holy shit, dude. The internet community began to take issue with Onision's content as early as 2012. The fact that he can't even say vagina says that is his phrasing. It's down there, shows it's catered to children. Ooh, that is a good point, Miki. No, absolutely. Absolutely. So, pedophiles, right? Genuine people who want to harm children, they water down terminologies like this. People who, they use terms like this to mask, like, penis, vagina. Like, I've heard, yeah, in so many cases where I've heard of, like, a kid is being harmed physically, sexually, right? Actual predators will use these terminologies like, hey, can I touch your no-no area? Or can I do that? Can I touch you here? Can I touch you down? Like, they will use these types of terminologies to, like, water down, because, like, if a little kid comes up to you and is like, hey, mommy, somebody touched my penis, versus, like, watering that term down to something like that down there, it's designed for kids. Like, that terminology, you're watering it down in such a simplistic way. It's actually disgusting when you think about it in that context. That's a really good point. Oh, this is a good one. In January 2012, Onision published a video about one of his ex-girlfriends in which he stated that because she had slept with 20 more people before him, she was a slut who, quote, cannot be essayed, guys. Imagine having that in your fucking document. You know what's, so when I was a kid and my parents would discuss private parts, my family called it your Bubba. That's one thing I remember as a kid. And I remember being like 13, 14, and I'm like, why did you guys, it's called a penis. Why are we like, I remember we were like making jokes at the family dinner table about like me getting, I remember I got hit in the nuts. And my mom said something like, oh yeah, your Bubba was really hurting. I'm like, Mom, stop. Nobody uses the term Bubba to say it's a fucking penis, for God's sake. Like, God. Bubba, which is funny because isn't that in the South? Doesn't that mean like friend or something fucking weird? Like, Jesus. Why? As a result of this video, numerous people asked YouTube to revoke his YouTube partnership agreement. I'm sorry if that was TMI, but I mean, every family, even when I was dating the person with my stepkids, like, even we had terms to like water it down. Like, it's a very normal thing to do with like your own kids and stuff like that. But outside of that, it's no. In a YouTube video, no. In a YouTube title, no. Oh, I do remember this. There was a change.org petition to demonetize Onision. We don't say penis in this house. Even though that's the biological term, like what it's called. No, I've always, like, I think when your kid's like 10 or 11, like when your kid's like getting older, like just tell them what the word is biologically. It's better that way, in my opinion. The reports on YouTube Google about Onision reported he was preying and grooming underage minors. One reporter in particular specifically flagged for Google that not only his video was harmful, but stated among other comments about Onision, what is this? I'm disgusted by his recent videos, and despite his attempt at an apology, I do not believe he's actually sorry or actually will change his behavior in the future. Wonder what reporter would this be? My dad was called Bubba. Sorry. Your dad's a dick. According to my family, it seems to me that this part of the cycle of his, where he'd make several videos that deeply offended the percentage of his fans and viewers, he received backlash of those affected by the judgmental comments. He rants about them and dismisses them as haters, and then he would finally apologizes to save face and tries to cover it up by deleting those videos. That's true. He would often delete videos that would get massively backlashed. Only the damage is already done. It's far too late for an apology. His young, impressionable followers have already swallowed his opinions as a whole and committed to the gospel. He's also a very cheap way to rack up views and collect ad revenue. Sponsoring these videos is condoning his destructive behaviors. I can't imagine that you or the companies that have advertised with you support such opinions. Revoking his sponsorship will send a message that you do not take this lightly and as you respectively watching as blah, 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 blah. Viewers wrote to VidCon. Okay, so viewers wrote to VidCon an upcoming convention which Onision was scheduled to speak at. Now, he said in the last document we just looked over that the reason he went to Wait, let me just keep... Viewers wrote to VidCon. Viewers wrote to VidCon about Onision attending. It had nothing to do with his vegetarian views. Even though in the last thing we looked at, he said specifically that he was harassed about going to VidCon because of his views on vegetarianism. That is not true. YouTube did no action. Instead, YouTube continued enabled forward. Valid volatile content. On January 12th, VidCon acted differently, however, and responded to the communication received by removing Onision as a speaker at VidCon and banned him from attending. I remember this. I remember. Didn't he wear a bulletproof vest? Yes. Thank you, Dars. Wait, I didn't even see what that... What was that? Oh, yeah. Please unblock Max. Why are you asking me to unblock somebody? If I block them, I probably block them for a reason. I don't block a lot of people, but I do block people if people are annoying or being destructive in some way. Yeah. So he was removed from a speaker at VidCon, and they banned him from attending. Now, in his rebuttal of denial, he says that the reason this happened was because of his perspective on his vegetarian body. I'm dead ass. I hope somebody makes timestamps of all this. It would be amazing if you could. But yeah, just for reference, 177, he says this was because of his vegetarian views, when the reality is no. It wasn't because of your vegetarian views, you dipshit. It was because you fucking people didn't want you around children. If you want someone to blame for my absence, you can blame the haters who slammed VidCon with anti-Onision mail. Plus, VidCon itself is giving into the pressure and going back on their word. I wonder what he would have said as a speaker anyway. Like, what could he have offered at that convention? Despite all this and the notice from numerous people reaching out to YouTube, Onision, YouTube partnership and attack, YouTube took no action, Onision's content escalated. He continued to use his channel to lure and entice young, vulnerable teenagers and groomed them with his messaging. Onision formed a partnership with Laney, who assisted in his grooming and recruitment of underage girls. When Laney was underage, he began a fangirl messaging Onision for months. This is confirmed. I remember seeing those original messages. On February 12th, the Laney, who at the time was a minor child named Taylor, used the online screen name Laney or LaneyBot. LaneyBot and Onision connected online. Here's one such example of how they connected. Onision, soulmate, where are you? Taylor. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Yikes. Yikes! While Laney was still 17, Onision began a romantic relationship. On November 14, 2012, Onision got married. Onision and Laney began working together to groom and lure underage girls through Onision's YouTube platform, channels, and forums. Onision's YouTube channel gave him the fame, platform, and megaphone to reach countless people. The content he discussed attracted young teenage girls. As his wife, Laney became part of the Onision story and gained popularity and attraction by many Onision followers. Onision forums promoted and enabled predatory behavior. This is absolutely true. His forums were fucking crazy back then. Pronouns will be used to discuss. Laney identified as a female, and female pronouns will be used when discussing the time frame. In 2019, Laney changed her gender's identity as male to male pronouns and will be using this to discuss after the time period. Onision created the Onion forums. He promoted in almost every video. I remember that. His videos monetized, were extremely young followers to message on forums. In videos, Onision invited the same follower base to submit photos of their bodies for him to rate them through the Onision forums. Yep, this is factual. Onision would then comment on what was said to him and the young teenage body on the YouTube channel. So, I swear to God, in the other document, he's saying denied to all of this. Pursuant to the terms of the YouTube partnership, YouTube would profit share with Onision in these videos. The Onision forums were overseen by Onision and Laney. Any moderators on the forums were answered to Onision and Laney, who ultimately controlled the tone and what was permissible on the forums. Minors and impressionable young teens were the primary age group that were drawn to Onision's YouTube channels. Laney's presence on YouTube and Onision's life became a major draw for their young fan base as well. In fact, many Onision fans became far invested in Laney when Laney joined Onision's life and his channel. I wonder what Make Me Bad is. Oh, God, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Make Me Bad 35. I remember him. He was a funny dude. So they went from Taylor to Laney to Kai to Lucas. That is correct, Cinder. I know it's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of, isn't it? That's why, like, I don't... Look, I said this already at the start of my stream, but I will respect somebody's pronouns to an extent. But there's a point where it's too far for me. And if you're changing your names up to 2 times, that's when you change your name a 3rd time. No, at that point, I'm out, man. I'm dipping. Like, no, I'll call you what you want to an extent, but if you keep going, you're going too far with that. It's hard for me to keep track. I'm super dyslexic as it is. So what name he has currently is, I don't know. It changes too much. Onision and Lainey publish many forum topics, inviting their followers to include their child followers to respond, such as, here we go. New video. What age does Greg think you are? Oh, why would you even think to upload a video with this title? Why do you want to figure out people's ages to begin with? Like that. Rate me from 1 to 10. Would Laney-bot date you? Hot or not, Laney-bot chooses you. Marry, fuck, or kill. Dehydrated pestilence, welcome. Are your boobs actually too big? Okay, see, this is another, this is another video title, man. So what? The last thing we went over was 8 videos. So this is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we got 16 of these videos. Hot or not, marry, choose, or kill. Are your boobs actually big? That's fucking wild. If I saw a title like this uploaded today on YouTube, I would immediately flag that. I would. I'm sorry. I would. I don't care if people are like you're flagging somebody. I would absolutely flag. That's inappropriate. That should not fucking be on YouTube. A guy should not be on fucking YouTube, or even a girl rating everybody's body on like. It's just fucking weird. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. That's fucking weird. What is Onision's opinion on you? Would you date me? Just like fuck, dude. Oh, there's more. There's more. What? We 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We got 18. Okay, so makeup or no makeup? Hot or not? I don't remember this one. The hot or not, I absolutely remember. This one I remember. Show off your body abnormalities. And look at this title. What does Lainey think about your body? You know the only people who should care about your body? You. Okay? The only person who should care about your body is like, if you're in a relationship with somebody, if you like your body, at the end of the day though, the only people who should care about your physical body is you. Not Onision, not anyone, not your mom, not your dad, not your boyfriend, not your girlfriend, you. And only you. Wanting to know about, or asking a YouTuber or a person on the internet, a nobody, what they think about your body is, your priorities are very skewed, and I encourage you, please go to therapy. Okay? I'm dead ass, dude. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, you need therapy if you're going to random people or YouTubers or influencers and wanting to know what they think about your body. It shouldn't be something.
Hey Daniel,
and the worst part of all is that our younger generation, the generation below,
been reacting and watching
below
since
me, what is it?
2020.
Gen's Y, Gen. I can't figure out all the Gen. Whatever group is below mine. It's sad because a lot of people are body image issues. Like everybody has body image issues at some point, right? That's one of the reasons why I'm slowly been getting tattooed, right? Like this is why, you know, I had scars on my arm here. This part of it is all up here, was all scarred up from like when I was a kid and I was doing harming myself and stuff like that. At the end of the day, I did this because it made me feel confident. And I get shit on all the fucking time for my tattoos. People get so just mean. They're like, you're shitty fucking tattoos. Why would you ruin your body? Because it's not about you, dipshit. It's not about you. It's about me and what makes me feel good. And no matter how much you try to shit on my piercings or my tattoo, I'm a Seattle bus driver, motherfucker. Trust me, anything somebody says on the internet is nothing compared to what I deal in IRL. Nothing. Nothing. I am bulletproof when it comes to insults. So all I'm just trying to say is you do what's best for you and what makes you feel confident. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay? Don't ask anyone, what do you think of my body? Just no, don't do that. Don't give somebody the power to destroy your self-esteem. Okay? Don't. Your confidence and your self-esteem as a person, you control that, and nobody fucking else does. Anyway, sorry, Mag LA girl. Hey Daniel, thank you for covering this over the years. Been watching since 2020. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Question, with that alert, did it read out the message? It's supposed to. It's supposed to read out the message. Like, I'm supposed to have an Australian girl read out my dono messages, $5 or more. I don't know if it did though, because I have my alerts muted in my headset, so I don't hear anything when the alert comes through. It's insane seeing your growth over the years and literally growing up with you. Oh, thank you. It did? No, somebody says it did. No. I don't think it did. Well, the alert popped up on the screen. I saw that. Damn it. I have a TTS. Oh, you heard it? Okay. Some people are saying it did. Okay, it did. Okay, fuck yes. Oh my god, it works. Yeah, so I have the alerts muted, so I got my TTS working. So any message you ever, if you donate me money, $5 or more, it will always be TTS. And don't think about putting slurs in there, because I have those naughty slurs blocked. I understand trolling, but look, we're not going to try to get my video a strike on me. Anyways. Sorry for that rant off this. I needed to say that. It genuinely upsets me when I think of people who like seek out other people for approval, like from a self-esteem standpoint, because there's a lot of vulnerable people out on the internet. And I think that the internet is a really scary place to seek out approval or acceptance of like body related issues. And I think the internet really just contributes to a very negative perception of people's body images, personally. So yeah, sorry I went ADHD on this question, but I just needed to say it. Thank you so much for the tier 1 rep squad. Welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And we hit my membership goal. Woohoo! Thank you. All right. Moderators were selected to operate as volunteers and oversee the forums. That scared me. Sorry. Some of the moderators were children themselves. Okay, see, that I didn't know. These volunteer moderators answered to Onision and Laney, and Onision and Laney controlled the content on what was ultimately banned or removed. Having volunteer moderators is always a bad idea. Literally. You know, once upon a time, in a distance long time ago, I made somebody a mod in my Discord server. And I honestly, I'd like to talk to the dude again, but he kind of caused an absolute dysfunctional, like, blow up in my Discord because I made him a mod and he kind of went, like, abusive, like, really authoritarianism, and, like, anybody who would, like, challenge his way of thinking or a different perspective, he would, like, threaten to ban them. and what I've learned from that is you probably shouldn't let casual viewers... Was it Draco? No, it was not. I think I gave Draco mod once, and he oh my god, I miss Draco so much. Rest in peace, brother. I miss you, man. If you're up in the clouds, I miss you, brother. I miss him so much. My mod and Draco back in the day used to fight all the fucking time, but the message I'm trying to say is I made this guy a mod because he was a viewer. He helped me personally. He helped me so much with some stuff that I was going through that I'm like, you know what? I really like you. And I gave him moderator. And then he just went like ballistic with like a power trip. He went like full Discord mod. And everybody in my fucking Discord community hated it. Hated him. The librarian. If you know, you know. But one of these days I gotta catch up with him because like he There's some funny lore with that man. He did make me laugh a lot though. Draco and Librarian like just hated each other. Battle of the Discord viewers. The volunteer moderators never received training or genuine guidance on how to properly moderate the forums to prevent predators from communicating with minor children on the forums, what grooming look like, and other policies to keep forums safe. Like, I don't know if how many moderators were actually minors, but if there were, okay, if there were minors volunteering on the forums to like do admin stuff, that's fucked up to have kids do that, because a kid is not like, you're really opening yourself up for a massive liability claim if you're letting people control and have power on forums. Like, what if hypothetically, okay, and maybe this has happened, maybe it didn't, I don't know, but you just make a random viewer of yours the power to like control your forums. What if they're a pedophile? And now they're using your form that you gave them power to like prey on somebody. Like, that's my brain automatically. That's why I don't trust people. Because like, if I let somebody control my Discord that I didn't know and have power to like ban and slide into people's DMs and shit that I don't know, that would come back to me, because ultimately I gave them that power to do stuff in my community, because I have a pretty strong Discord community on my server, which anybody's welcome to join, by the way. Link down below in the description. It's a gaming server, so if you don't game, probably don't join. But I would be semi-responsible for that, because I gave them power, I trusted them, and they took advantage of that. I don't know. Just putting kids in power like that is just a bad thing. Holy shit, my power went out, and yes, I'm still here. I'm still here. Look, we're at 2 hours and 55 minutes. We're still going. This is the second document page, and we got, what, 40 more pages? Hey, we're going through it all, guys. So, by all means, if other YouTubers want to go through these documents, feel free to use this video, or just, like, contact me, and I can give you the direct pacer documents directly in PDF file. I feel like that's happened in a lot of Discord YouTubers' Discord. It absolutely has. So it could have happened with Onision's forum for all we know. We don't know, right? There's a lot of what ifs. The Onision forums had no specific rules or terms of conduct, and the forum operated like it was the Wild Wild West. Good eye. If any rules did exist, they were not enforced. So originally, the website, the Onision forums originally, did not have any rules or regulations at all. 24-hour rep stream? God, no. I would swallow tide pools. I could not survive 24 hours. Dude, I am fucking old, okay? So on Saturdays and Sundays, I work the midnight shift. So I work from 4 p.m. to almost 2 a.m. in the morning, Saturdays and Sundays, right? And let me tell you guys, I can barely keep myself up past 10 o'clock at night. Okay, I'm old. I can't do it anymore. And if I have a cup of coffee at like 4 or 5 p.m., I'm fucked. I won't sleep. Caffeine affects me now. Like it didn't used to, but it has now. I'm an old dude. I'm 34 years old. I can barely step. I could never do a 24-hour live stream. And I never would do a 24-hour live stream. I wouldn't even challenge myself to do that unless I was paid money. Like, honestly, I would have to have a very large incentive, like a paycheck, to do that, because that's not healthy. It's not healthy either, to be honest. Doing 24 hours live streaming? Fuck no. It's not healthy. But hey, I can be I'm a cheap bitch sometimes. So money is money. If any rules did exist, they were not enforced. Onision turned around and commented on what was set. Let me back up. Dude, my ADHD is getting really bad. I had a bunch of caffeine before I started streaming this. What I was saying at 2:01 here is the forums originally did not have rules or regulations at all. That is a fact. There's archives of not having any rules. Now, rules eventually did become a thing after he started getting massive publicity from all the hot or not, rate my body, do you shave down there, right? after people started calling him out for these types of forum posts and these videos, that's when he made rules. But there was a point where there were no rules, and everybody was like just doing everything. It was fucking chaos. And trust me, I know all about that. The worst thing you can do is have a server or a forum without no rules. God, I had my Discord community back in 2016 and 2017 when it first started. And oh my God, let me tell you, my Discord community was fucking crazy. And I had a no rule I was like, I don't give a fuck. It's the Wild Wild West. Do whatever the fuck you want, internet. The worst thing you can ever do is not have rules and a structure set up. And if you just let people do whatever, it's bad. Like there was, dude, I got some Discord lore stories for days on some of the things that have happened years ago with crazy mods, with people fucking being mad at me if I didn't agree with them and they fucking left my Discord server and they're like, we're taking all these other members away. Fuck you, Daniel. Fuck you, Repsion. Blah, 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 blah. I banned a pedophile that was in my Discord once. I found out he was a pedophile. And there was evidence of it. I banned the motherfucker. He fucking left my server and pulled like 15 members from mine. I'm like, okay, well, ban all these people. I don't want anybody associated with this. Bye-bye. True story. Crazy shit. Have rules and regulations. That's all I'm trying to say. Right now, my Discord community is pretty good. I only have like 15 people banned. You got to do a lot of shit to get banned from that. My new gaming server. Like, you really got to push fucking shit to get banned from there. Onision's acknowledgement of commentary from fans is in his YouTube videos, caused fans to get more eager and send him the content to reach it out, further increased his reach of pool of victims. Lainey groomed, lured, and recruited Eugenia. Okay. This is what the more sex trafficking stuff. In 2012, a young child named Regina was 12 years old, was depressed, and Googled how... I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. I'm laughing because I've been there, okay? Okay, come on. I want to get a 1 in the chat. How many of you guys have Googled how to... How many of you in the chat... Come on, let's be honest. How many of you guys typed into Google when you wanted to... How to do this on yourself? How to take your life on YouTube? On Google. How many of us did? 1. I'll type it in chat right now. Look. 1. There you go. 1. I did that. I know I did. I did. I'm not laughing at Regina wanting to harm herself. I just want to make that clear because I know people can clip shit and try to make things out to be something. I'm making it very, very abundantly clear. I'm laughing at the fact that, like, that's such a thing that we have fucking... Look at all the ones. Look at all of us. We were all fucking happy, terminally ill fucking teenagers. Satan Penguin, what does the 2 mean? What's the 2? Is that instead of a gun, it's pills? Sorry, a bad joke. Look, I got a dark sense of humor, okay? Just vibe with it. If you got a problem with my a dark sense of humor, fuck off and get off the stream. It's really that simple. Regina found Onision's video that shamed anyone for wanting to take their life and found a connection. Regina began to watch many Onision's videos and felt deep connection and became a huge fan. Under the username handle, Regina developed an online relationship and friendships with other YouTubers as her community of support. Hey, pills was my try. Well, I'm glad you failed, okay? I'm glad you're still here. On September 18th, 2012, 14-year-old Regina, haha, away, beautiful paradise. Fuck, I didn't even know. How did they fucking even find these? This is crazy. This is some archival shit. I didn't know this was their username. Began to speak with Lainey, Cool Guy Kai, through Instagram and was starstruck as depicted below. All right. Cool Guy following. Let's see if I can zoom into this. It doesn't freeze my computer. Can we see these well? Make sure we can see these well. Oh gosh, back when the Instagram UI wasn't dog shit. You're my favorite Instagrammer and you like a song from my favorite band, Fangirls. I'm your favorite Instagrammer. You're so gorgeous. Thank you so much. That makes me happy. You're super welcome. I love them. Okay, I don't really see anything super objectionable in that, to be honest. Regina turned 15 years old, approximately 1 month after meeting Lainey. Regina initially told Lainey was 19 years old, but quickly clarified that her real age was 15 years old. Lainey was not deterred from sexually pursuing Regina upon finding out her real age. Regina uses non-binary pronouns in effort to clear the context being referenced. We're changing intended archive. To avoid confusion, this is done with Regina's consent. Okay. Okay, so before any of you assholes get mad at me, read this, what I'm highlighting. So, okay? To make this simple, she doesn't go by the name Regina anymore, but that's what we're referring to just for this timeline because it helps consolidate information, okay? Regina and Lainey went from speaking occasionally to speaking daily. Regina soon considered Lainey to be her best friend, and based on the levels of sharing and intimacy between the two. Lainey continued to flirt, groom, and condition Regina when she was 10 to 15 years old. Guys, I gotta get something to drink. Give me a second. My throat. I have been talking like nonstop. Or anybody asks, this is my addiction, okay? This shit is so good. And it's very, very, very healthy with you. I've actually completely quit soda and replaced it with this shit. Olipop, if you ever want to sponsor me, okay? I can fit this can in my ass. I can do a lot of... Oops. I can do a lot of things in terms of sponsorships with this, okay? Just please sponsor me, Olipop, please. I'd love you guys. I forgot to eat. No, I actually ate before my stream. Oh. Fuck, that's good. Lainey continued to flirt, groom, condition Regina when she was 15 to 17-year-old. Lainey frequently had highly sexualized conversations with Regina. Or when the opportunity arose, Regina became a volunteer forum moderator. This is new. 213. I didn't know Regina was a volunteer forum moderator at the Onision forums. Did you guys know that? I did not know that. At this time, Regina was a young teen herself and was not old enough to fully understand the boundaries of what appropriate was for the forums. This is exactly what I said earlier, right? Like, you're trusting minors and kids that have no experience to deal with issues of, like, abuse, or let's say you have an adult who's abusing somebody on the forums with soliciting inappropriate or illegal material. How's a fucking 15-year-old supposed to deal with that? I'm laughing at what I said earlier. Calm down. About fitting this can. It's a joke. Calm down. Or is it a joke? I don't know. Regina received no training on how to be a moderator. Regina became a volunteer moderator for Lainey's own forums as well, and became a moderator for all of Lainey's social... Holy shit. I didn't know this. This is news. Regina became a volunteer moderator of her own forums and became a moderator of her social media. What the fuck? That is so... Okay, first of all, I shouldn't have to explain... Where's TJ at? Sorry, I don't got any hot tea to pour on the ball sack. That's a TJ thing, not me. I don't like pain, just FYI. I'm going to explain something here that maybe other people have not explained. I don't know, maybe I have this. I'm trying to think of how to word this. So, Regina was a moderator and was in control of Lainey's social media accounts. I want to say how this act right here, okay, is significant because it highlights a predatory thing of giving a minor power to run your social media pages, thus establishing a relationship with somebody who is older and a celebrity or something, and you're giving a fan, a viewer, the control of your social media accounts. And what way to make a fan feel wanted, special, important than to let them control your social media accounts. Like, that in of itself is a really clever, I don't want to say clever, it sounds like positive, but it's a very sneaky way of building a predatory relationship with a kid or a teen. At least that's how I view that. That's my perspective. Regina admired Lainey and formed an emotional and sexual attraction to her. Yeah, why not? I mean, obviously, you're giving her all this power and you make her feel important enough, right? Young, impressionable people. Dehydrated, you're fine. Calm down. It's okay. It's not that big a deal. I was making a joke. Well, 16-year-old Regina confided in Lainey that she was bisexual and was questioning her gender. Oh, is this... I wonder if this is why Lainey became bisexual, was because of Regina? Lainey encouraged this conversation and stated that she liked girls too, leading to Regina to believe that being with Lainey in a romantic way was an option. In summer of 2015, Lainey came out as officially bisexual. Around the same time, Onision made it publicly known on YouTube that he was agreeable to Lainey to having a relationship with another girl, and the couple began posting YouTube videos advertising the same. I do remember this. Yeah, of course, Onision wanted her to have a relationship with another girl. It's like, oh, I can, have 2 girlfriends. Let me tell you something. This last year, so 2025, I explored, in my personal life, I explored a little bit of the poly lifestyle. And oh God, let me tell you, having like 3 or 4 girlfriends or trying to manage like 3 or 4 relationships in the poly realm, I don't know how the fucking people do it, genuinely. It is so... I can't tell you how hard it is to manage 3 women simultaneously. Like, you're interested in all 3 and you're trying to spend time. Like, it is hard as fuck. I don't understand it. I didn't really like poly all too much because I kept becoming the unicorn of people's relationships, and I don't like somebody's third, but they don't actually want a relationship with me or anything like that. And I'm just a third person who they bring. I don't... Like, I'm demisexual as it is. Dudes who want to bring in, like, multiple girls and date, like, multiple girls, I just don't understand it. I don't think I'll ever understand it. And there's no shame to polyamory if people are into that. But as I'm finding, I think the most I could ever do is 2 people. If I really, like, worked on it and put a lot of time. But I prefer monogamy, to be honest. Even though I've had a lot of trauma with monogamy... The poly world is rough. I don't have a lot of time, so I just don't understand how people do it. I just don't get it. It's too much work, and I'm demisexual, so it's already really hard for me to feel like a really romantic sexual, like a romantic attraction, a deep emotional connection. I have to feel emotional connection. Like, I can see somebody who's really hot, be like, oh, they're super hot, whatever. I could even be involved with somebody physically, romantically, and not feel anything because I'm demisexual, which I kind of fucking hate. But from like a poly perspective, that makes things even way more. It makes things so difficult. So I don't know. I like the monogamy aspect, but whatever. I don't know why I'm talking about me when this is not even about me. Sorry. Upon information and belief, Onisa encouraged and enticed Lainey to enter a relationship with another girl. Onisa encouraged and enticed it. Interesting. Now, it's interesting because in the thing that we covered earlier, his denial, he said that he denied ever encouraging or pushing Lainey to pursue a relationship with a woman. And I know for a fact that there's videos of him actually talking about this in the past. But he denied it on the last document that we went over. Funny how that works. You like learning bits of my lore? I got a lot of it, believe it or not. But a lot of it's public. But I don't know. In I would say the last 3 years, I've really become very private with my lore. So not much lore these days, other than me working and video games. Onision and Lainey began publicly talking about having a polyamorous relationship with other girls. I remember this. They made a whole video about this. There's a whole video on it. Although it was presented to the world as an opportunity for Lainey to come be with a woman, in reality, this was done so that Onision could engage in threesome sex acts with other girls and use Lainey as to bait and lure them in. I absolutely believe this. I mean, here's the thing. It's not hard to get a threesome. It's not hard to get a third person in your circle, especially in this current climate where we are these days. I don't know why you just didn't, like, use Tinder. Like, literally, I don't have Tinder on my phone anymore. I uninstalled it in December. But if you literally just put in your Tinder bio, like, hey, looking for a threesome, or I'm into polyamory, we want a third to join us, and you will get someone so goddamn fast. So fast. So fast. Like, it's not hard. Why go after, like, your viewers? Like, I don't know why. That's just it's such a stupid fucking thing to do. To bait and lure your viewers into a threesome polyamory relationship. You know? You could make fucking what's it called? The why is it blanking? It's that BDSM website. That couple, like, it's, what is it called? I used to have an account on there. My mic is not working. My mic is not working. What are you talking about? My mic is absolutely working. Fuck, I can't think of the website. There's a website where you can literally, it's like Facebook, but for, like, FetLife. That's what it is. I go to FetLife, dude. It's so easy. There's a whole BDSM scene in Seattle, in Washington State. Like, there's underground dungeons in Seattle. I'm not even fronting. Like, it's all there. Tinder, anyone on Tinder would be too old for him. I mean, that's probably true. FetLife is what I mean. Yeah, that's what I don't know. My brain's all over the place today. I used to have a FetLife at one point, but I'm like, do I really want people recognizing me on FetLife and then, like, knowing all of my sexual things I'm into? Not really. I mean, if I'm into somebody and I like somebody, they can ask me and I'll tell them flat up. But, like, I don't want the internet knowing everything I'm into. It's not needed, right? Like, privacy. So I eventually deleted it. I didn't have it very long, but I was like, I got to protect myself. I don't want everything out on the fucking internet, right? Onision has stated that he will not allow Lainey to engage in sex acts with a girl that he does not engage with sex acts with the same person. Imagine that. Oh, I want you to have a girlfriend, but you can't have that girlfriend unless I'm fucking her too. Oh, God. Despite being married and an adult, Lainey began dating underage Regina. Regina had just turned 17 years old only 8 days before the dating announcement. All right, so this comment, dating, Hannah, now it's official. I mean, I can see how that context could be a joke, but also, like, from a parasocial standpoint, and, like, if you're interacting with somebody and calling them cute and, like, oh my God, you're so hot on your socials and everybody can see that, it can also be interpreted as, oh my God, you're actually dating them. Like, I don't know. It could be interpreted both ways. Oh. During the relationship, Lainey groomed underage Regina with flirtatious and suggestive comments such as I love you, sexual commentary, and sent nude photos. Some examples of such communications were as follows. Well, if she sent nude photos, then that is illegal because you cannot send people those types of things under the age of 18. In other news, I'm totally sending Regina nudes right now. Come get this good. Interesting. Haha, I'm in love with you. Uh-oh. Come fuck me and eat coconut milk ice cream with me. Hashtag goals. Hashtag goals. I'm serious, though. If I can grab your ass, too, then we'll have a deal. I'm pretty sure that comes with the whole package. I'm pretty sure that comes with the whole fuck me package. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. Interesting. Wait, did she post? Did this actual fucking moron post this conversation on her socials? Why would you post? I mean, look. Look. This stuff could be interpreted. I'll give a little bit of charitability here. That I can come see that, but this, yeah, okay, no. Like, okay. Now we're definitely. This is a little bit more than that. Come fuck me. Come fuck me. Lainey also sent Regina thirst traps, which is an internet phrase for lewd photos depicting Lainey in her bra and underwear or a low-cut shirt, and were supposed to leave the viewer thirsty for more due to the sexual innuendo contained in the photos. Lainey frequently requested that Regina send the same nude and thirst trap photos back. Lainey and Regina frequently had Skype calls. On one such Skype call, Lainey appeared on camera topless. This was done as a grooming tactic to desensitize Regina to sexuality and to test her boundaries. Okay, so this I did not know. So she's a minor when this is happening. In addition to the thirst trap images sent by Lainey and Regina, Lainey also requested photographs of Regina. In response to Lainey's demands, Regina sent an image of her exposed breasts to Lainey. Yeah, I mean, I definitely believe this stuff so far that we're getting into this. I mean, look, at the end of the day, even if... I'm going to say this. So let's say you have an 18-year-old and you have a 17-year-old, okay? 17-year-old, 18-year-old. They're dating, right? If that 18-year-old sends an inappropriate photo, okay? Let's just say sends a dick picture to their girlfriend, and their girlfriend sends a picture of them to their boyfriend. This is where you gotta be careful. Both of them can be charged for soliciting, or not, maybe soliciting is the wrong word, for transfer of illegal material. It doesn't matter what the age of consent is when it comes to sex. Federal law, if you are transmitting or sending photos or receiving photos of people under the age of 18, you can absolutely be charged, and it has happened. There have been a bunch of different cases of kids 16, 15, a 15-year-old, a 16-year-old sending photos back and forth, and they've been charged for it. It is a federal law, okay? It doesn't matter if it's consensual or not. It doesn't matter. The law doesn't give a shit if it's consensual. Honestly, I think there should be a change in laws, personally, when it comes to that. Like, you have two 16-year-olds sending pictures back and forth. Like, they shouldn't be... Labeling them as, like, a pedophile or something is a little too far out there, personally. But the law is the law. So, this is illegal material that they were exchanging back and forth. And no matter how much you try to get around it, it's, like... You're sending photos to somebody who's underage. That is illegal. You shouldn't be doing that to viewers and fans like that. To fans, I mean, to radical fans, I should say. They get charged for cheese pizza. Exactly. And no, it has happened. You can look up, there's cases of this happening. Separately, in response to Lainey's demand, Regina sent an image of her exposed butt to Lainey. Lainey discusses sexuality with including sexual acts she wished to do with Regina and expressed sexual and emotional desire for her. Hello, Big Joe Bear. Welcome to the stream. Any new people here? After the stream is done, you can go back and watch the whole thing. This will be on video on demand. As soon as I'm done streaming, it goes on my live stream tab, and you can watch and catch up. In 2015, Lainey encouraged 17-year-old to visit her and Onision together. Lainey offered to pay all of Regina's travel expenses for the trip. Lainey intended to lure, entice, recruit, and solicit Regina to their home so that she could join the sexual activity with Regina and do threesome sexual acts with Onision and Lainey together. Upon further information believed, Lainey intended to lure Regina to their home so that Regina could be given to Onision so that he could engage in sexual acts with Regina. Regina, being young and naive, desperately wanted to visit Lainey, but Regina's mother would not let her travel. When Lainey and Onision realized Regina could not visit them and feed Onision's sexual appetite, Regina was replaced with Sarah. Onision and Lainey groomed, lured, and enticed Sarah at the same time. As a young girl, Sarah had trouble home life and was both depressed and suicidal. During this time, Sarah found Onision's channel on YouTube and was attracted to the topics as they spoke about, such as self-harm and self-image. Sarah became a fan of Onision Speaks channel in 2012, became even more of a fan when Lainey was introduced to Onision's significant other at age 13. At age 13, Sarah reached out to Onision and Lainey on their Twitter page via their own handle. Sarah began responding to these posts Twitch, which Lainey would usually respond. Around the same time, Sarah joined a Kick chat group for Lainey fans and became friends with Regina in the group. Regina had been appointed the moderator of this group, and Lainey had become very close with Regina at this point. In the grooming process, predators would use victims to access other victims to invoke loyalty and trust of their victims by making desirable traits and that the perpetrator rarely gives out. Lainey asked Regina about her friend Sarah and wanted to know if Sarah was, quote, trustworthy. Regina vouched for Sarah. In August of 2014, Lainey messaged Sarah on Twitter directly and asked her age. Sarah stated that she was 14 years old, as stated below. Hey, how are you? Hey, how old are you? Hey, Lainey, I'm 14. You look older. Really? Thanks. You're going to be 20 soon, right? Yes. All right, so look, if somebody tells you, I'm 14, and your response is, oh, you look way older. This is absolutely 100% undeniable. That is predatory. When you're like, oh, you look older. Why is that your response to somebody saying, I'm 14? Like, that's fucking crazy, dude. Ugh. Now, remember, at 250 in the last document that we were looking at, okay, 250... Onision denies this. Shortly prior to this, Sarah and Lainey had recently started messaging on Kick, and Lainey told them that Sarah found her cute. At the same time, Lainey was 19-year-old, about to turn 20 years old. Given Sarah's vulnerabilities, she embraced the positive attention she was receiving from Lainey and couldn't believe that a famous person cared about her and wanted to be her friend. When Lainey and Sarah first began speaking, Lainey identified as a straight married woman. As a result, Sarah did not understand that she was being groomed by Lainey as she believed sexual contact would never result from these conversations. Throughout 2015, Sarah, Regina, and Lainey formed a strong friendship and became a group chat called the Three Musketeers. When grooming minors, many predators will talk about sex with their target to desensitize a child so that sexual commentary feels normal and commonplace. Such desensitization allows the predator to be more easily moved to the next step in the grooming process. Lainey quickly turned to this group chat into a flirtatious sexual chat and continued sending sexual commentary and photos to Regina and Sarah. Lainey added a bear and a heart emoji next to Sarah's name on her own phone, as red lipstick next to Regina's name in her phone, showing how she views these two minor children. Am loved. Bear heart lips. I didn't even know you could fucking add emojis to people's names. God, I'm an old fucking man. I don't even know how to do that. Lainey shared explicit details about her sex life with Onision with both Regina and Sarah. This is so inappropriate. Because of the heavy sexual content in the conversations, these flirtations and attention, and Regina and Sarah's own vulnerability, 16-year-old Regina and 14-year-old Sarah begin to have romantic feelings for Lainey. Lainey discussed sexuality with her to include sexual acts she wished to do with Sarah and expressed sexual and emotional desire for her. Jesus. Lainey just... Dude, you know what? It is interesting. I'm laughing because Lainey is the brunt of all of this. Like, Onision's like on the sidelines, like salivating. He's like, come on, honey. You can get one of them. We need more women. We need more minors in the house. We need more young people. Like, Lainey discussed sexuality with her to include sexual acts she wished to do with Sarah and express sexual and emotional desire for her. Given Sarah's childhood, she craved this type of attention and desire and fell prey to Lainey's trap. Lainey encouraged other adults to message Sarah, a 14-year-old Chaya. Chaya? Fucking, I can't even read. Sarah, a 14-year-old child. Quote, do this. Cute girls who are 18 plus should hit me up. Wait. So Sarah, this was Sarah. Cute girls who are 18 plus should hit me up. She's a minor. And she's telling people to hit her up who are not minors. Interesting. This was what? March 6th, 2015? I've never seen this before. During this time, Sarah began speaking to Onision in addition to Lainey. In January of 2015, Sarah changed her username to Jailbait, acknowledging the online sexual nature of the communications with her as a minor child and the legal risk it posed to Lainey Onision. I do vaguely remember this. As depicted in Jackson commentary, inclusive of Onision, contained a sexual connotation such as into the dungeon. I remember this. At Onision. Here, let me zoom in so you guys can see this a little bit better. At Onision, you could always just sleep upstairs, you know. Oh my god. It is Jailbait. Jailbait says, not the forbidden floor. Then you bought into the dungeon. I swear to, there was a mention of a bunch of stuff about them having like a dungeon at one point in when he had his mansion house, the one that he lost to the IRS. He had to sell. It's the dungeon quote. I just said that. I mean, here it is in full glory. January 2nd, 2015. So over 11 years ago now. Fascinating. During this time, Sarah began speaking to Onision in addition to Lainey. In addition to 2015, Sarah changed her... Oh, I just read this. Sorry. In 2015, Lainey and Sarah were speaking romantically and refer to each other as girlfriends on social media. Sarah, Lainey, isn't my girlfriend hot? Over the spring of 2015, Lainey treated Sarah and Regina have many sexual and flirtatious comments to include... Oh, God. I remember covering this. I do remember this. Huh. I have a meal for you. Gee, I wonder what that could be. At Sarah, I'm in love with you. Lainey bot, I'm grooming you nicely. Oh my god. Why would you say that? Like, even if it's a joke or not, like, that is... Oh my god, of course that's... Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, bad. This is actually way worse than I thought it was. Sarah turned 15-year-old August 2015, making her 14 years old when she received these messages. After months of grooming her in her own vulnerability, Sarah's young, undeveloped mind believed that she was in love with Lainey. In summer of 2015, Lainey came out officially as bisexual. So Onision informed Lainey that she could have a girlfriend. That couple posted a video advertising the same. Shortly before Sarah turned 16 years old, Lainey and Onision invited Sarah to visit them in their home in Washington State. On or about September 9, 2016, Lainey posted online that Sarah was visiting her in Onision. I'm meeting Sarah in 6 days. When the online community objected and flagged how inappropriate this was, Lainey called Sarah. In that call, Lainey propositioned Sarah, telling her it was illegal for them to have sexual intercourse based on Sarah's age, but suggested they could just kiss and make out instead. Wow. Okay. Oh, my Lord. Age 16. On September 15, 2016, 1 month after 16th birthday, Sarah flew out to Gig Harbor, Washington to visit Lainey and Onision. At this time, Onision was 30 years old and Lainey was 21 years old. When grooming a child, predators often will attempt to gain a child's trust by talking, playing, and interacting with them in ways consistent with peers of their own age, playing video games, talking about teen topics of conversation. While at Lainey's and Onision's house, Sarah felt that she, Lainey, and Onision had a great time and was an escape from the life that she knew at home. Onision invited Sarah to play video games for hours and interacted with her the way another 16-year-old would engage. Onision told Sarah that she was mature for her age and it felt like hanging out with a 20-year-old. Dude. So we have fucking Lainey Bot who said earlier, you look way older. And then we have Onision saying that you're mature for your age. Like the two basics child predator 101s. Like, I'm dead ass. Sarah's visit was short, and on September 20, 2000, she returned to Michigan. A few weeks later, Sarah visited Onision, invited Sarah to return second visit, invited her to live with them permanently due to the problems she was having at home. Sarah's mother allowed her to do this and signed a medical and financial power of attorney over to Lainey. Sarah's mother also awarded Lainey guardianship of Sarah. Wait, Sarah's mother awarded Lainey guardianship. So Lainey had guardianship of Sarah, not Onision. See, this was always people debated this, but this confirms that this actually happened. Signing medical and financial power. That's fucked up that her mom would do that. That's really fucked up. Because of the financial power of attorney, Lainey had full and complete control over Sarah's bank account until she... What? They had control of her bank account? On or about Sarah returned to Gig Harbor, Washington, moved in with Lainey and Onision. Child predators often attempt to desensitize their victims to sexual topics. Additionally, predators will also initiate gentle touching in safe areas that become more and more flirtatious. This is done as an introduction to facilitate future sexual contact as part of the grooming process. I would agree with that. As soon as after arriving, Onision began frequently making sexually charged jokes to Sarah, including explicit references as jokes about sexual topics and sexual acts. The constant jokes effectively minimized the feeling that sex was taboo in the mind of Sarah at the time. Onision soon began touching Sarah in small yet suggestive ways. During their first visit to the house, Onision touched Sarah's face and caressed her face in a sensual way. While living in the residence, Onision and Sarah were together, wearing only shirts and underwear, not pants. While Lainey was showering, Onision deliberately pressed his erect penis up against Sarah's buttocks, making her feel uncomfortable. I remember hearing about this. Not the carrot! While Lainey was in the showering, so... interesting. When she was in when your wife's in the shower, you had to make a dick move, I guess. On yet another occasion, Onision was giving minor Sarah a back massage and began caressing and rubbing her buttocks in a sexual manner. He also reached around the front of her shirt and groped, fondled, and molested 16-year-old Sarah's breasts. Sarah felt extremely uncomfortable. The couple engaged in a three-way wrestling matches with Sarah, causing many body parts to include Sarah's breasts and buttocks to deliberately touch and grab by Onision and Lainey under the guise of wrestling. What? Okay. I've never read... That's... Onision would find reasons to touch or brush up against Sarah's breasts, buttocks, or body and would cause his hand to linger, touching her continually until Sarah stepped back. This happened frequently, adding to high sexual energy in the home. 50 Shades of Baby Carrot. Ugh. Throughout her time living with Onision and Lainey was a minor. Throughout the time living with Onision, Lainey, as a minor, Onision would touch her legs, would tickle her, and hand feed her food, and constantly... What? Dude, this is insane. Tickle. Onision and Lainey would frequently engage in sexual activity in manner at a volume that Sarah could not avoid hearing or walking in on an act. I didn't know about the wrestling thing. I didn't know about the tickling thing. All of the touching and constant sexual commentary on Onision made Sarah uncomfortable, but she felt powerless to act. Lainey, on the other hand, frequently made Sarah feel as though they might be further romantically involved in the future. Lainey asked Sarah that if she and Onision ever got divorced, could Sarah and Lainey ever get married? When Lainey and Onision would have fights, Lainey would frequently tell Sarah that it was Zillow time, and they would review properties together under the pretense that this was the house they would move into when they ran away together. They had kids in the house during all of this. No, I'm aware. I'm aware. If I recall, I don't know if it's mentioned in here yet, but Sarah mentioned that there was a time they had a threesome and the kids were like literally in the same room. I don't know how old the kids would have been at that time, but like that's... Ugh. I'm sorry, like... Something about animals and like sex, right? I can't even do the deed when my dog is in the room and she's like looking at me, or I'm doing the deed and my dog will like jump up on the bed and be like, "Hey, what's up, Daniel?" and just start like, "Go away, doggy. It's not your time." My dog's looking at me like, "I'm talking about you, Mara. I'm talking about you right now. That's right." It's like, "I'm calling you out, dog. You get kicked out of the room all the time." Lainey would also frequently touch Sarah in sexual and flirtatious ways, such as caressing her legs or tickling her. When individuals on social media start realizing that this minor child was Onision and Lainey's house, Onision attempted to control the narrative by recording a video, "Sarah is leaving." On or about February 21st, Sarah was sent back to Michigan by Onision and Lainey. On or about April 5th, 2007, Sarah was invited and returned to Onision and Lainey's home for a third time in her third visit to the residence. During the time visit, Onision validated on being calm, kind, and friendly to being angry and mean to Sarah. This variance in attitude sowed discord and instability in Sarah, exacerbated in her security, fostered a desire to make her online hero like her, and caused her to question what she had done wrong. Sarah returned to Michigan on or about April 13, 2017. Age 17. It is common with sexual predators that after he or she identifies their targeted victim, they begin to engage in manipulation. The next stage of the child grooming involves isolating this person, then creating a secret relationship with them. And the following stage is one where the abuser will initiate sexual control over the person and later control over the relationship by demanding secrecy. On or about August 1st, 2017, once the internet commentary had settled down, Onision and Lainey invited Sarah to return to their home once again, but stated it must be a secret. It must be a secret. Yeah, okay. Sarah is... My dog's being called out. Absolutely. My dog has, like... tried to, like... My dog is very... I don't know. Usually when I stream or if I have somebody over and, like, we're sitting and watching anime, my dog is super jealous. If I'm giving my time to a woman... My dog knows, she gets jealous. And it's just like, it's like, fuck off, dog. I love you, but you get, I pet you every day. I feed you every day. It's my time, okay? Not yours. Sarah was 16 and 17 and a few days after arriving in Gig Harbor. During her fourth time at the residence, Onision began treating Sarah in a mean and belittling manner. Onision effectively broke down Sarah and caused her to feel unwanted and isolated and alone. Additionally, Sarah was not the only person with them at this home. Onision invited multiple other people to visit for the purpose of engaging in three-way sexual encounters with these individuals. The messaging sent out was that Onision was kind, friendly, and liked those that were engaging in sexual acts with him. The kindness and friendliness was desperately wanted by Sarah. Nonetheless, Onision jokes and inappropriate sexual comments continued. Eventually, Sarah worked up the courage to stand up for herself. On November 4th, 2017, Sarah finally told Onision that his comments and jokes made her feel uncomfortable. This comment caused Onision to become enraged, and he demanded, I absolutely believe this. 100%. Onision, look, this is the same guy who said that if you've slept with more than 20 people, you can't be raped. So with that in mind, you telling somebody who literally thinks that way, right? Telling them that, hey, you're making me feel uncomfortable. That is a threat to their fucking ego. That is a threat that says, hey, I'm rejecting your advances. I don't like this. And the only thing is when a man as insecure and egocentric and narcissistic as Onision is, and that ego is challenged, and somebody stands up to him, the only thing that they can have and react with is pure anger. So there's not a doubt in my mind this happened. He is not somebody who's capable of actually like sitting back. Like, if somebody told me that I made them feel uncomfortable, the first thing I would do, I would be like, okay, I'm so fucking sorry. Whatever I said, I'm so sorry. It will never happen again. And that would be that. But raging at somebody, just saying, hey, you made me feel uncomfortable by this. Sarah was sent back to Michigan on November 7, 2017. The next 8 months, Sarah and Lainey continued to communicate. On her fourth trip, Sarah traveled back to Big Harbor for her fifth Onision and Lainey's invitation. Sarah was 17 years old. Onision and Lainey wanted Sarah to return to them close to their 18th birthday as possible. Upon arrival, Onision changed the way he spoke to Sarah. Instead of being distant, cold, cruel to the world's demeanor, he was for Onision. He was now warm, friendly, and kind to Sarah. He even greeted her with a hug. This drastic change in attitude towards this vulnerable child by one of her guardians affected Sarah greatly, as it would. Sarah admired and idolized Onision and desperately sought acceptance from him and Lainey. Onision told Sarah that when he saw her, she looked like the girl next door who moved back home but was super hot. What? Okay. Sarah had felt like a yo-yo with Onision and Lainey over her teenage years. Not only were they her guardians, but Onision vacillated between kindness, silliness, cruelty, and rage. Further, the couple alternated between wanting and inviting Sarah to be with them and then cast her aside. Like what you're doing is you're creating something that's really confusing and dysfunctional for somebody. And when that happens, it makes them confused and want to like try to get closer. This is absolutely a manipulative tactic of like, oh, you're okay. Oh no, fuck you. We're mad at you. Oh, come back. We love you. Fuck you. We love you. Oh, don't be mad. Oh, we love you. Fuck you. Like, God, that's a mind fuckery right there. This constant variance and inconsistency caused Sarah to feel uncertain. His negative affected her own self-image, self-worth, and exacerbated her symptomology of fear, loneliness, and seeking acceptance. Although she was still a minor, Onision and Lainey made it known to Sarah that they wished to engage in a three-way act or relationship with her. Further, Onision and Lainey propositioned Sarah to engage in sex acts with them. Sarah returned to Michigan on August 25th, 2018. At some point around this time period, Lainey proclaimed that she was now male and that this person would be using the name Kai moving forward. So, look, we're at number, 332? The first part of this document, we've went through all of this. He's denying practically all of this, saying deny. What I'm most curious about all of this is if this goes to jury trial by jury, these statements are going to have to be proven by, like, I'm so curious because he claims that she was never underage when they were involved with Sarah. I don't believe that. I really do not believe that. I mean, we've already seen, like, Lainey's interactions with Regina. That's proven. But he denied all of this stuff. 332. He's denied it all. Sarah was given and invited back and traveled to Washington for about an hour, December 12th, to spend Christmas with Kai and Onision. After Onision fans began protesting Onision and Kai's grooming of Sarah, Onision and Kai both created separate videos denying the allegations. Passive parenting versus gentle parenting. The girls didn't need punishment. They needed guidance and protection. Yeah, but a lot of people won't provide... Bad people aren't going to provide guidance and protection. They want to use that to their own gain and get something out of it. And in this case, it was sex. Both of them. This complaint will be calling Lainey by his new name Kai, because they changed to male pronouns. Onision and Kai both coerced Sarah to create the video addressing the allegations. I remember this. I covered it on my channel. In this video posted on January 9, 2019, Sarah stated that she did not engage in sexual relations while underage. Sarah did not wish to lie, therefore only say the literal truth. In reality, Sarah was afraid that she would lose friendship with Kai, and she was afraid that she would lose her ability to come to Onision's and Kai's house, both things she valued greatly. Which is, it makes sense why you would lie over that. As soon as the video was posted, Onision and Kai were invited... As soon as the video was posted, Onision and Kai invited Sarah to visit Gig Harbor again. Like, do this, or we're done. You're going to do what I want, or we're not going to spend more time with you. On or about January 10, 2000, Onision attempted to manipulate Sarah by conceding he'd been mean, promising to be kind, and then asking her to sign specifically an NDA. Specifically, Onision texted Sarah. Ooh. Okay, here we go. What is this? This kind of feels like a last big challenge before all of our lives become what we want to be and everyone is happy. I'm sorry for being so rude to you all these years. I hope you understand why I was always distanced myself from you. I'm so glad I finally feel comfortable being real with you and ending the rudeness. But I am sorry. Also, I think I'll send you an NDA early, so I can't talk about you publicly, nor do I want to be in the future. Your privacy is important. We'll get to you soon, unless you just want to wait till you visit again. Sarah did not want to sign this document and made excuses to dodge and avoid it. Sarah was able to visit them again without signing the NDA. Sarah traveled and arrived in Washington on or about January 16, 2019. On January 7th, the second night of her arrival, Sarah, Onision, and Kai were watching television in Onision and Kai bed as they had many times before. Onision and Kai began kissing and quickly began having sexual intercourse next to Sarah on the bed in front of her. Sarah was sexually inexperienced and was shocked by what was occurring. Nonetheless, without asking permission or confirming consent, Onision pulled Sarah over to where they were and Kai engaged in sexual intercourse. Prior to this moment, Sarah had not consented to sexual activity with either Onision and Kai. They just wanted it. Sarah began kissing Kai. While Sarah agreed to kiss Kai, Sarah did not want to intend to engage in any sex acts with Onision. Uh-oh. After kissing Kai, Kai left the bedroom for a few moments, leaving Onision with Sarah. Without consent, Onision immediately pulled Sarah's pajama bottoms off. Sarah was petrified and did not want her pants pulled off. She grabbed the sheet to cover her exposed body. Onision physically grabbed the sheet and forcibly pulled on it, attempting to pull it off Sarah. Sarah desperately pulled back, struggling to remain covered. When Sarah resisted his attempts, Onision became angry that she was not cooperating with him. Sarah then attempted to reach for her pajama shorts while holding up the sheet. Onision, seeing that what she was attempting to do, quickly grabbed the shorts and flung them across the room and out of reach. Sarah remained stationary, gripping the covers over her body. Thinking that Onision understood that she was not willing to engage in sexual acts with him based on the exchange that just took place, Sarah began kissing Kai again. Without warning, Onision grabbed Sarah's leg. Sarah resisted and pulled the leg back, making her refusal to him demands very obvious. Onision, not taking no for an answer, used more force and shoved Sarah in front of him. Without hesitation and against Sarah's clear resistance to his advances, he attempted to first penetrate Sarah and then vaginally penetrated Sarah from behind with his penis. Okay, so this is rape. Like, if somebody is pulling away from you, Sarah was petrified and froze, unable to move her limbs. Onision continued to rape Sarah for what felt like eternity. Sarah began silently cry with tears welling up in her eyes while she was being raped. During this entire incident, Kai did nothing to help Sarah. The next morning, not knowing what to do, Sarah attempted to hide downstairs. Onision found her, picking her up, hugged her, and lavished her with kindness. Sarah did not know what to make of this. Almost immediately after, Onision demanded she sign an NDA documents. Sarah was uncomfortable but executed them because she believed she had no choice after being groomed for 5 years and accumulating in these moments of vulnerability and control. In other words, when her guardians told her to sign NDA documents, she had been groomed and conditioned to obey. Upon information and belief, Onision and Laney's intent with the NDA was to protect themselves from illegal grooming and rape from the plaintiff. The NDA was not a valid contract. These parties did not have a meeting of the minds when it was signed. Yep, this is significant. This is important. Sarah signed it under coercion and duress, as Sarah had been groomed and conditioned to obey Onision and Laney's directives. The NDA lacked any consideration. The terms were vague, general, and undefined. Even if the NDA had been contractually sound, it also breached by Onision. Sarah was sent home January 20, 2019. In the days or weeks following Onision's execution of his plan to engage in sex with the target, Sarah, he made statements indicating how much he enjoyed having sex acts with Sarah and Kai together, that he missed Sarah and loved Sarah, and that he wanted to continue a polyamorous relationship. Now, here's the thing. If this fucking goes to trial, this is going to be brought up, and we will maybe even get things that has not been put in discovery process. Because obviously you don't want to put everything out there if something goes to trial. You want to have stuff that is reserved for trial that may have not been shown yet. Because remember, if thing goes to trial, you have to prove to the jury that what happened. Because this is a lot of stuff, guys. This is a crazy amount of stuff. I hope there's like recordings that we don't know about yet, phone conversations and text messages we haven't seen. I mean, there kind of has to be, right? At this point. Sarah, on the other hand, did not feel like she had engaged in a mutual enjoyable act. Rather, she felt confused, shamed, and afraid. Sarah did not know how to handle the emotions she was having and was still seeking acceptance and understanding from Kai and Onision. Sarah returned to Gig Harbor on or about February 16th, 2019 for her 8th visit. Onision purchased her flights. On or about June 30th, Sarah returned to Onision and Kai's house again for her 9th trip. On the last night of her trip, the three engaged in sexual activity together. On the trip back to the airport or about July 8, 2019, Onision told Sarah she was his girlfriend now. Sarah felt incredibly guilty and used. However, this made her feel validated for the exploitation that had occurred to the date. On or about July 17, 2019, Onision knew Kai would be out of town in New Mexico and therefore flew Sarah out to their house to spend more time with him. Onision manufactured a story and began victim shaming Sarah. After Sarah made a few ambiguous statements about what had happened, Onision launched an online attack against her in the same manner and pattern of his multiple former ex-sexual partners. This is true. Every partner he's ever had, when there's been a falling out, he's always made a narrative about them and always shamed them for things. Every single relationship he's been in. Every single one. On October 4th, Onision manufactured a story starting victim shaming and accused Sarah of blackmailing him and raping him. This method is referred to as DARVO, which refers to a reaction perpetrators or wrongdoing, particularly sexual offenders, may display in response to being held accountable for their behavior. DARVO, we already know what this means. This occurs, for instance, when the actual guilty perpetrator assumes the role of falsely accused and attacks accuser of credibility and blames the accuser of being perpetrated for a false accusation. Trust me, I have experienced DARVO. Firsthand! Onision has loudly proclaimed that he was falsely accused and has continued to perpetuate this false narrative of being a victim after he strategically lured, enticed, transported, maintained, groomed, and ultimately raped Sarah. On September 21st, Onision released something called his goodbye video, which was posted in 3 parts. These videos were posted to YouTube and were available for the public viewing. In the first of these 3 videos, Onision falsely stated that Sarah told Onision that he would destroy his life and would not agree only to agree not to destroy his life, and was lying. Specifically, she got what she wanted. Onision broke up with Sarah because he was being sexually extorted. Sarah was paid to lie in association for Discovery Plus and Chris Hansen. Discovery Plus and Blackman paid Sarah $40,000 for raping him. Sarah raped him. Sarah performed sexual extortion, which is synonymous with rape. Sarah essayed Onision because she told him that she would destroy his life and hurt him if he did not sleep with her. In the second of these 3 videos, Onision falsely said that Sarah is a essayer. In the third of 3 of these videos, Onision falsely stated that Onision shouldn't have dumped Sarah for essaying, should have let himself get essayed by Sarah, should have just left Sarah essay him and not say anything bad about her. Prior to the posting this, Onision given a notice on the defamatory nature of the statement. These videos were published after notice. Onision published a video on YouTube channel Onision, which he owns and operates. In the video, Onision falsely claims that Sarah is a known criminal. knows for the fact that Sarah is definitely a felon. On January 3rd, Onision falsely publicly posted on X saying that the platform Sarah was a known criminal. He posted that publicly Sarah essayed Onision. Defamatory statements made on Onision. Sarah has caused her reputational harm. She has been baited and harassed online. She is fearful to have a public social media account. She's been publicly humiliated and emotionally and psychologically harmed. YouTube response. Many people began to speak on Onision that they were predators. This accumulated in a documentary that was released on Discovery Plus featuring that Regina, Sarah, and other ex-girlfriends named Shiloh. It was only after the publication of this documentary that YouTube finally decided to demonetize it for violations of other policies on or about January. YouTube say that a news outlet for TubeFilter that it took action because Onision violated its partner's program responsibility guidelines to not engage in off-platform behavior that can cause widespread harm to the YouTube community, potentially damage the trust among creators. They took away his YouTube monetization. All right, the violation of Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act. All right. These are... Regina was a minor of 14 years old when the allegations began, and the traffic of Regina continues ongoing. They never met Regina, but they absolutely transferred illegal images. That is confirmed. So that will be interesting to go to trial. Both Onision knew and were reckless in disregard of the fact that Regina had not attained the age of 18 for times, and Regina was a minor during the ongoing trafficking activity. That is true. Regina groomed Regina to engage in a relationship with her, exchange nude photos with her, and caused minor to have strong romantic feelings for her. Lainey referred to minor as her girlfriend. That is true. We've already went over that. Lainey conspiring with Onision used to grooming and lure and cruise solicit entice Regina to travel to houses to engage in sex acts. We know this. Lainey and Onision received something of value as part of attempted grooming and enticement of sex trafficking. To wit, Lainey was sent images of Regina upon request for her personal use, and Regina became a volunteer moderator of Onision forums. This is big. This goes to trial. This is going to be a massive point. Defendants Lainey and Onision Kodak have caused serious harm, including without limitation, psychological, financial, and reputational harm. Lainey groomed Regina to engage in a relationship with her. All right. Let's see. Plaintiff's Regina was offered something of value for engaging in sex acts. To wit, Onision and Lainey were going to pay for the cost of transportation to their residence. Regina served as a volunteer moderator for their channels, and Lainey conspiring with Onision showered Regina with love, affection, which was extremely valuable. This is the thing. Lainey and Onision received a value as part of the grooming enticement for sex trafficking. Lainey was sent these images. Oh, God. That's bad. Regina was a victim of... There we go. There it is, right there. So Regina was a victim of the P laws as set forth in the knowing possession of knowing acts with the intent to view. Holy shit. Well... God, I hope this goes to trial, dude. I really hope this goes to trial. This is a huge fucking thing. $150,000 in damages for sexual offenses against children. Liquidated damages. Wow. Okay. Regina was a victim of sex trafficking in the 4th 18 provides professional young recruits entices. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if she sent photos and if they exchanged photos when she was 15, 16 years old, that is absolutely illegal. And that qualifies exactly. Now, see, now the sex trafficking thing makes sense. Though, like, the Shiloh thing also would be considered sex trafficking, but from what I understand, Shiloh doesn't want anything to do with this at all, which I don't blame her. Like, that girl's been through enough. Yep, there we go. Lainey groomed when she was a minor to engage in a full relationship and sent photographs of her. Yep, you were offered something of value to engage in these types of acts. All right. Let's just repeat stuff. This is okay. All other including reasonable attorney fees. So she wants 150,000 liquidated damages. Oh my god, this could be so fascinating. Count 5, benefiting. There we go. So they're also approaching it from the point with Lainey with the Sarah too. So it's 2 people for sex trafficking. Yep. To further maintain power control, power of attorney. Power of control of attorney while adults. Huh. This is fucking nuts. So you have nothing. Sarah received something of value for engaging in sex acts. 2, Nusian allowed her to live with them. Yeah. So if we casually just bang you, but you get free rent. They paid for their travel to and from the house, allowed her to participate in Onision's YouTube videos on his channel, and Lainey acting in concert with Onision showered with love and affection, which are extremely valuable to Sarah. Onision received something valuable as part of the sex trafficking to Onision. Onision was able to essay Sarah and achieve sexual conquest over this young girl. Defense conduct has caused Sarah serious harm, including without limitation, physical, psychological, and reputational harm. Sarah was a minor when she was 14 years old and the allegations began, and trafficking of Sarah continued ongoing until Sarah was 18 years old, whereupon things finally concluded. Oh, punitive damages. Sarah has suffered personal injury results of defendant's violations of the federal laws. Sarah is seeking liquidated damages, amount of 150,000. Fees, litigation. Count 10, defamation per se. Sarah against defendant Onision. Yeah. I mean, this is the defamation thing. I mean, you're accusing. So one of the things about defamation is that if you're accusing somebody of a crime, it doesn't follow under free speech. So if you say like so-and-so, I don't know, murdered or is a sex trafficker, right? That's a criminal accusation, and that stuff doesn't fall under free speech if you're accusing somebody of a crime. And we already went over this, but Darvo is a real thing. Onision just, all he does is Darvo with everybody. He's done that with every single relationship he's ever been in. Yeah, we've already been over this. Count 11, negligence per se. The YouTube defendants owed a heightened duty to care for a minor to adhere to federal status implemented for the child safety online. The YouTube defendants respectfully actions described here and violate these statutes and regulations as well as other federal laws. California sexual abuse. Okay. Conduct alleged occurred on 18th birthday. Sarah did not consent to any physical beyond kissing with Kai. Not consent to any activity with Onision of any kind. Nonetheless, Onision penetrated and touched Sarah. That touching was specific purpose of sexual arousal, sexual gratification, and sexual abuse. Touching was against Sarah's will. Kai conspired with Onision for sexual culture as protect proximate separate serious harm. All right. That's everything. Oh, we're at 4-hour stream, guys. That's crazy. I normally don't stream this long. There's my cat. Come here, kitty. Come here. Wow. Okay. Well, consider this the first time somebody has went through the most recent documents. That was wild. I learned some things I did not know. I've seen screenshots and evidence of things in this lawsuit that I did not know. This civil case. I think it's civil. Is it criminal or civil case? I still don't know which one. I think it's criminal. I think it's a criminal. Is this a criminal case now? I think. Wow. Trial by jury. That's where we're at. That's what's going to happen. Trial by jury. When? I don't know. It's kind of happened in the state of Washington. I know that. That's for sure. But, actually, let me do something here quick. I need to pull this up. Before we end the stream today, it would be criminal due to the allegations made, which bears mostly felonies. I want to go to Twitter. So, as you probably saw, there's a second person in the thumbnail of this stream that I'm doing. Okay, there's a second person, and I want to showcase something really quick. I want to go over this Twitter just because I just want to give this a little bit of a highlight, because I do want to slightly let's see here. All right, what I'm going to do, window. I want to capture this to the window, actually, just because it's better formatted. All right, so this is my Twitter. Okay. And I want to go over this post really quick. So the person in my thumbnail with the mouth sores is a person by the name of the Ralph Retort. And I just want to put it out there. I fucking hate this dude. Like, genuinely disgusting, vile, vitriolic. Literally, I can't wait till he's fucking dead. I can't wait to talk about when he's dead. I can't wait to make a video, release my video when he's dead. Because he's going to die eventually. It's probably like a heart attack, blood clot, alcohol poisoning, something like that. I mean, the guy already has like 5,000 fucking STDs. But I wanted to talk about this really quickly because I got some people who were really mad at me, and I got contacted recently. Yes, he's still in Mexico. Absolutely. I had some people really mad at me saying that I went too far in this, and I wanted to kind of just read it and then explain the context of what I'm talking about. Just because. So I'm going to read this out. Earlier last year, I had the displeasure of being in a very cool Discord server, which I'm still part of, only to have the Ralph Retort join randomly. For several weeks straight, this deadbeat, intoxicated, perverted fuck would join my VC with me and others while we were just vibing and playing video games. This happened multiple times. He would try to bait me into bizarre, uncomfortable conversations and almost always pertaining to sex subjects of some sort. Every time he would join VC, he would be beyond so goddamn drunk, gibbering highly inflammatory sexual comments towards the owner, Lynx, along with endless rants about how much he had failed in life and would never have a strong relationship with his kids. Good, due to how much he's destroyed his own life due to his alcohol addiction and his choices. I know he doesn't remember anything he said those several nights of his drunk ramblings off air, but I definitely do. He eventually left when no one, not even me, would interact with him on VC anymore. In fact, I would just leave VC because he became so insufferable to listen to of his trauma dumping about all of his fucks-ups and being a terrible person. If somebody tells you that they are a bad person, listen to them. At the end of the day, you determine how your life moves forward, and only you. He is someone who will never change, and those people do exist. When you die, Ethan, I will make sure that your biological children watch the video documentary I've been collecting and making for years now to know how much of a disgrace of father they have. Now, some people were really mad that I brought this and brought his kids into this, but I'm going to explain something here. What this means is I'm not going to force somebody to watch a video. What I'm saying is that when Ralph Retort dies, which is ultimately going to happen in the next decade, there's no way he's going to survive another 10 years, even 5 years at this point, because of all of his health problems and what he's doing to his body. When he dies, and when his kid gets older, they're going to use YouTube, okay? They're going to use YouTube, and at some point, his kid will come across my documentary on the Ralph Retort. That's all I meant. I'm not going to grab somebody and watch the video. Watch how bad your dad is. No. All I mean is that kid's going to watch my video in the same way, and hear me out. Okay. This is the crazy part. In probably the next, I don't know how old Onision's kids are, but there's going to be a point that when Onision's kids are on YouTube and are using YouTube and are old enough to understand things, I thought about this the other day. I know this is going to happen. His kids are going to come across my YouTube videos. Did you ever think about that? Have you ever thought about that? At some point, Onision's kids are going to come across my YouTube video. It's impossible not to at some point. Their dad is Onision. I'm not taking a diss at children. I'm just saying this is going to happen to the Ralph Retort. I'm going to make my video, and they're going to see my video. Same way, Onision's kids are going to watch my videos at some point. They're going to see the original Onision files. The internet is forever. And I hope that when that happens, they'll be like, wow, my father is a pedophile. Or my father is a piece of shit. The Ralph Retort. Woo! I mean, that poor kid, man, he's going to wake up and realize that, oh my gosh, my father posted revenge porn of my actual baby mom, which he's done multiple times, by the way. I just want to say, Ralph Retort he's a criminal. He's a felony. He has a criminal record, by the way. It's in his legal document. He's posted revenge porn of his previous partners who he has kids with. Imagine that. Ralph. Imagine being that so fucking insecure with your fucking AIDS-infested, warded dick. That's how you deal with your actual physical partner, your ex, is by posting revenge porn of them. Your kid's gonna find out about that one day. But you don't think about those things. You can't think past the fucking masturbating and fucking drinking alcohol. You can't think past that. A girl talks to you for 2 seconds. Oh my God, I love you. I love you, man. Oh, a girl gives me attention. Oh, I love you. Jesus. You're the only person I've ever seen who has a nut sack for a fucking belly. What the fuck is wrong with your gunt? Stop drinking alcohol and go work out. Oh, that's right. You're still hiding in Mexico. You fucking miserable piece of shit. God, I can't wait to report your death. Anyway, that's all. Thank you for watching the stream, guys. I'm going to done. We're at, 4 hours and 17 minutes. And I'm going to dip. I'm actually going to live stream again at 6 o'clock tonight. Okay? 6 o'clock tonight. I'm going to be live streaming again. And we're going to be just playing video games. So it's not going to be an actual serious stream. I'm not going to talk about anything super serious. We're just going to sit, vibe, and play video games. I want to play Death Stranding.
Gaslighting, lightning showers emoji.
I've been really wanting to play Death Stranding, so I'm going to start that tonight. My stream will start around between 6 and 7. I'll get a stream schedule up. It will pop up in the video live feed in the next few hours. I got to go take a break. But yeah, I'm going to play some video games tonight. I don't expect a lot of people to join, but if you guys want to join and watch me play Death Stranding, super casual, just play and talk. That's all. Feel free to join my Discord, link down below. It's my gaming Discord. If you don't play games, don't join. Period, okay? It's a gaming Discord. I want to make that very abundantly clear. And thank you guys all for the new subs. Thanks for getting... You guys hit my membership goal. Thank you. I love you. Genuinely. I appreciate that so much. You guys didn't have to donate to me. You didn't have to sub to me. Thank you, Crystal Cat, for the $2 donation. Onision is the king of gaslighting. I mean, I would say more king of the retards, but to each their own. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you for the donations. And I will see you guys later tonight around 6 to 7 p.m. for a couple hour video game stream. All right. And then after that stream, I'll see you guys next Thursday or Friday for another stream, because I only stream Thursdays and Fridays. So if you enjoyed the stream, become a member, join the channel, and I'll catch you guys tonight. Bye.